Madam Director, I see it is 8 o'clock. I think we have a full quorum for the record. So please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting for October 2nd, 2025. The order of operations this morning is we will first convene as the State Loan and Investment Board to hear matters from the Business Council. Then we'll convene as the Board of Land Commissioners to take up business and then reconvene as the State Loan and Investment Board following that. So if you'd like to begin, we can turn it over to the Business Council.
That would be great. Good morning. Director Durrell, good to see you.
Good to see you too, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. First order of business, if you don't mind, is to consider approval of the minutes from last time.
There's the board. You've had a chance to review the minutes. If there are changes, now's the time. If not, I would entertain a motion to accept them.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman would move approval of the June 5th, 2025 meeting minutes.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
All right. Thank you, sir. And now I'm going to turn it over to Miss Noelle Reed to go through the project that we have before you today. It is the applicant is Lincoln County, and she'll walk through the particulars of the project, and then we'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Noelle Reed. I'm the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council, and I'll be going through the Lincoln County project for you today. We currently have about $86.9 million in the BRC account, and if this project is awarded, we would have about $82.9 million. The project before you is from Lincoln County. It's a community readiness project, and it is a sewer project. They are requesting about $2.9 million. As you can see, the recommendation is actually higher than their request, and I will go into the details of why as I present this project. Lincoln County requests a $2.9 million community readiness grant for a sewer pipeline from the Kemmerer to the proposed sewer package plant planned in the county. It will serve an area within Kemmerer and the adjoining county property. Currently, within Kemmerer and Diamondville, sewage treatment is provided by the Kemmerer-Diamondville Water and Wastewater Joint Powers Board. The proposed project is approximately $4.3 million. The current plant was developed in the 1970s and does not have any capacity for future growth. After the community was selected as the site for TerraPower, the Joint Powers Board hired an engineering firm to look at its infrastructure. That report stated that a sewer package plant was needed at a price tag of approximately $70 million. The Joint Powers Board is currently researching potential funding opportunities for that, but the community needs to be able to accommodate for growth and development now. Because of this, the community conducted further studies and identified 5 alternative solutions for providing wastewater treatment. The selected site is the proposal that is before you today and includes a treatment package and sewer pipeline installation. While this was not what Lincoln County had originally envisioned, sewer service is critical for any type of growth or development to occur in the area. Thus, the alternative location will be completed first and become part of the community's overall sewer package. There are several partners to this project, including the City of Kemmerer, Town of Diamondville, Lincoln County, South Lincoln County Economic Development Corporation, and the Joint Powers Board. Furthermore, the community has conducted much due diligence via the studies and reports conducted and completed for this project. All of the engineering reports agree that while the Joint Powers Board sewer plant has been very well maintained, it is far beyond its designed life expectancy. Due to this, various developers and businesses have received do not serve letters when it comes to sewer capacity. Thus, the community is currently unable to grow. Some of the proposed metrics that they are planning to measure include new business licenses, sales tax collection increases, population increases, and an increase in assessed valuation. Here is an overview of Lincoln County's tax structure. They currently have 5%. and also a view of their local budgets of Lincoln County's budget and the Joint Powers Board budget. Infrastructure, particularly sewer, may not be glamorous, but it is essential for a community's growth. Furthermore, timing is essential in economic development, and the long-term sewer solution is not going to occur quickly enough to take advantage of the opportunities and interest occurring in the area. There is an undersupply of affordable housing in Wyoming and in Lincoln County, and this project will allow the community to have the sewer capacity needed to serve a housing development that is interested in the area. Finally, this infrastructure is essential for Lincoln County and its municipalities to grow. As stated previously, they are losing potential business ventures due to the lack of sewer capacity. As part of our analysis, we review the economic growth flywheel and determine how well this project aligns with it. The community did complete much due diligence to determine its barriers to growth and identified housing and new business attraction as major local challenges. However, as the community continued its research, they realized that the true binding constraint to these barriers all revolved around local infrastructure and sewer capacity. And a really good way to look at this is with the barrel analogy, where you can see that, losing business ventures and lack of affordable housing is a low stave on that barrel, but the lowest one is sewer capacity. And so that's the one that they really need to focus on and work on before they can realize affordable housing and start getting those business opportunities. We also look at a compelling project, how if they have resources and partners, if it's the right project and local capacity as part of the flywheel evaluation. So with creating and attracting a compelling project, the community has completed several reports and studies to ensure that the best and the most feasible project is being completed. There are several public partners involved in this project, and the community acknowledges that these partnerships are necessary and vital for growth in the region. Furthermore, they have researched and applied for other funding to help support and grow sewer capacity, including Slib and the ADA. Unfortunately, they are not eligible for a lot of these funds, and that's why they are pursuing BRC funds. While the community has provided much evidence that a sewer package plant is the right direction, the proposed project still may not be enough to meet the needs and demands of the community today. And any revenue generated from this project will be reinvested by the community towards future sewer projects. However, for this project to actually generate local capacity, continual work on its economic challenges and enabling processes to overcome them is necessary. We always look at compelling and concerning items for each BRC project. So the compelling items with this one include that there was a high level of due diligence completed to determine barriers to growth and the best path forward. The community is severely lacking in infrastructure services, and so this project can help alleviate those. These could also help with the new housing developments that are interested in the area, and there are several local partners collaborating to ensure the project's success. The only concerning item that we found was that there is such a significant lack of sewer capacity in the region that we have concerns that the proposal before you is not enough to alleviate this barrier to growth for Lincoln County. So that is why the recommendation is higher than their request, and it includes a second modular building and a treatment building to allow for additional capacity than what was proposed in the application. I am happy to answer any questions, and there are members of the community here before you today to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Mr. Bump, can you send me an invitation? I, for some reason, can't get on. Thank you. Questions for the staff?
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did the community reach out to TerraPower at all on this in terms of potentially helping on the funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Gray. That would be a great question for the community. I know they researched a lot of other state and federal funding to get this project going, and I know that they can answer further on that.
Thanks. Further questions? Other hearing none. Anybody from the community? I think there are a few here. Commissioner Connolly, Ms. Crosby, You're probably the best one to answer that question, I would bet. Could you identify yourself for the record?
Mary Crosby, Lincoln County Grant Proposal Writer. We've had numerous meetings starting from several years before they broke ground, starting in 2022. They announced in November 21. We initially met with their engineers trying to determine if there was any way we could do a joint sewer project out there, because it could have saved them money over building their own standalone one and could have served a larger area. They have a lot of moving pieces to deal with, and what they told us was that the NRC regulations made it a less than attractive proposal. I don't know enough about the nuclear industry to, delve deeper. We have asked for help, but they've made it quite clear when we've asked questions about the structure of, everyone's heard of the Gates Foundation and those things. They've made a point of sending us to the website, and we don't meet the eligibility. I don't know if that fully answers the Secretary's question, Chair and Governor.
Okay, follow up on that?
No.
Okay. Other questions? Madam
Chairman?
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for making the trip and for meeting with us in advance. Very helpful. Wondering if you could just share a little bit more about this being a true barrier to growth and the fact that it's not speculative in terms of companies that are wanting to come in, but you actually have had folks come in and you have a wait list essentially of those that would otherwise come.
Right. Thank you, Superintendent Chairman. Yes, the Joint Powers Board is the sticking point in that they have to issue will serve letters. They've issued some, and those are moving forward, and that's the housing. They got to a point with a developer that had numerous businesses ready to break ground, and they said, "We're sorry, we can't give you additional will serve. You can reallocate from the housing." And that was when we decided that we really needed to look at an alternate location, because the commercial area can be served by gravity to this plant, whereas any other options would require lift stations. So this did seem to be the least cost way of providing additional infrastructure so that businesses could actually locate and get the necessary will serve letter.
Follow up? Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Crosby. Commissioner Connolly, any?
Mr. Chairman, Board, thank you for the opportunity. On the need is absolutely there. We encounter probably 15 to 20 people coming into Lincoln County a month right now that want to build something. Most of them pure speculation. But we have one developer already that has a 1,500 lot plat, whereas you just come into Kemmer, then 250 below me. If those would go through, they'll lose their capacity for any future growth. With us putting this in place, it retains their future growth so that they can add something. And we need the 2,000 homes. That's all there is to it. We're going to have at least 3,000 workers in 2 years from now on site. TerraPower will have 350 permanent employees as they come, 150 of security. So that's 500 residents that are pure hard jobs when this is done. But they've already announced the second plant. So it's an area in the state that is moving ahead. We're moving ahead. And this is our effort as a county to try to accommodate that. The one part in this growth thing that needs to be addressed too is Star Valley's growing. We have nowhere to take the septic of the rest in the county, which is the majority of the people. 56% of the county is residents are not in cities. And we have nowhere to take septic out of septic tanks in those areas. We're going 250 miles one way to dump septic systems. This will be an opening for that to function out of this facility also. And I'd be open for any other questions or or any other things you need to know. Mr. Chairman?
Questions? I do have a question, Mr. Connolly, just curious. I know Chris Levesque has been there several times from TerraPower. I imagine you might have met with Mr. Gates.
Yes.
Has he indicated an interest? I mean, I know he's interested in the project. I know he's been in town, but has he indicated an interest in the town?
Absolutely. He spent quite a bit of time in the town. He went to a local poker game where he got the most press. But the bottom line, he's been there, and we have point blank put the question to him, would he be interested in helping us do it? Senator Dockstader actually asking the question in the meeting. He just got a grin out of Mr. Gates, and that was it. And so most of these corporations, I come from the corporate world, it is hard to get them to kick in and do. But we are not only working with them, about four or five other major corporations. In south of us down through there, you have the Project West and Pacific Soda, and then Exxon. Exxon's drilling their wells right now. So this just isn't one company impact. This is about 5 for us. And we have excellent working relationship with Exxon, and quite frankly, even with TerraPower. But as far as getting them to kick in and donate money, if you want to call it that or whatever, we have not had success doing that to any degree. Okay. And so, but trust me, Governor, and we are asking.
But maybe to some degree, there hasn't been a project really to point to.
Well, everybody in there, if you want to know, the one question I get in southwestern Wyoming 24/7 is, when are they going to start the nuclear plant? 4,000 cubic yards are on the ground. They're steel swinging today. It's real. It's going. It's moving ahead. They will stay on schedule to possibly turn power by 2029. And I think the companies are usually resistive to they're engaged in the community, but actually giving more money to the communities. They usually don't step into that arena until they start making money.
Yeah.
That's the real business world that we're all in,
Yeah.
Governor.
And Mr. Connolly, last question. You mentioned that septic has to be hauled out of county. Is it also hauled out of state?
Yes,
And
sir.
what's the cost and what's the potential?
Basically, Governor, Mr. Chairman, we are hauling septic to Montpelier, Idaho, Rich County, Utah, Marbleton. Granger of all places is the main taker right at the moment. Granger's actually making money off it, and that tripled the price to haul a septic from my town, Kemmer. Star Valley is going over to Soda Springs, and I can't remember, Idaho Falls. That's the distance we're going all the time right now. Star Valley had the cities playing with them, but the cities have said, that's enough for us, even in northern Lincoln County. We just can't keep doing this and expand our own cities. That's all there is to it. So we have to say we have an uproar over a crappy subject is an understatement.
Oh, bathroom humor.
Yes, it is. It's
Well, thanks.
kind of like dealing with trash. Too, sorry.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Wyoming Business Council.
Anything more, Director?
Mr. Chairman, nothing from us on that prior to the vote.
Okay. Members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman.
Uh,
I would move for approval of the Business Council funds for this project.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that I think that this is a compelling project. I think that looking at these core needs, goods and services is really what we should be funding at the government level. I think that this is a true barrier to growth that we've seen, and really what the Business Council should be looking at as well, rather than sprinkling fairy dust on nice to have projects around the state. And so I think this is a good example of that. I think it unlocks growth. And I also appreciate that the county has leveraged all different funding sources from state within OSLI, as I understand, to federal level, to try to make this work. And they're pulling from their reserves in order to meet that 20% match.
Thank you, Superintendent. Further, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am also going to vote for this. I will echo many of the superintendent's comments. I think that these are the sort of projects that the Business Council needs to look at because they are needs that every community has. I mean, we saw from the ARPA experience just the scale of the needs in Wyoming on the water and sewer end. And it is a huge bill that is going to be coming due. And these are things that have to happen in order for communities to function, let alone grow. I will note one thing though, and I told the applicants this in our other meeting, and I think Lincoln County has always been really vigorous on the Kemmer growth issues and all issues. And it's a fascinating county with many different needs. I do think though that in the future, there needs to be more of a push continue to be more of a push to push TerraPower on funding these expansions. I mean, I think back to when the statute was amended back in 2021 to allow for this, and on the floor, I was in the House at the time, we tried to put protections on that statutory mechanism. And we were told again and again, the governor's office even communicated it to the legislature during the session that no, we couldn't have any sort of protections on that bill. And so I think that we were told that they were going to help us in growing the community and providing these infrastructure needs. And obviously the ribbon cuttings are fine, and a lot of the press junkets that have been done are fine, but this is the sort of nitty-gritty thing that I certainly think was communicated when this was trumpeted that they were going to help in funding. And so I think some of that needs to be from the governor's office as well. As he's been a long time believer in this. So I don't think it's all on the county. I think that pressure also needs to come from all sides. And if this is something that's going to be moved forward, I think we need to be clear that there was an understanding that this corporation would help in funding these needs and this expansion. So I'm going to vote for it. I think it's a great project. I want to be clear on that, but I think it is important to note, I think some of the things in the future that I would hope happen on some of these other infrastructure needs. And I know it's tremendous in Lincoln County and the funding needs that are coming across. In fact, we've got one later today on State Loan and Investment Board side, but certainly supportive of this. And I think this is the sort of thing that the Business Council needs to be doing more of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Durrell. Thank you to you and your staff and your board for their work.
Our pleasure. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, if I might just take a moment and one, thank you for the leadership in making a decision on a project like this. Also, thank you all for the commentary about the needs that our communities have. This board has always been really good at pushing the Business Council to be more rigorous in our analysis, to make harder decisions, to definitely sprinkle less fairy dust. I think that the days of fairy dust went out sometime before the 2020s. And so those are gone. And this board has been really instrumental in pushing us toward that. There's no doubt about it. I think when we think about our rules, the push to ask for maybe more match or more skin in the game, to look at ourselves critically, this board has done that. And I think as leaders, we all carry that burden of decision-making at the end. And that's not an easy thing. I think people gloss over how hard it is to make a final decision on projects. It seems easier when it's a yes, but it's still weight. But leaders actually have a heavier weight to carry. And we all carry this other weight that's called understanding that we are making decisions about the symptom of a problem, that we also need to look at the problem itself. And I think what we're seeing as we look at all of the projects that come before us, we're seeing that these projects, the funding that we provide is a Band-Aid to the deeper problem that Wyoming faces. And that is of growing infrastructure needs at our community level, and our locals have that problem. The question I have for all of you is why? Why is that symptom occurring? And as leaders, we don't get to just make the decision on the Band-Aid that we put on it, but we also have to look at the process that creates that wound. And what I would ask this board to do today is to push the Business Council again to say, Mr. Director, can you please help us understand the underlying system problem that is creating these infrastructure needs and not allowing our locals to take control of their own sources of revenue, sources of funding, sources of project capabilities, and help us understand what we should do to fix the underlying problem, not the Band-Aids. Mr. Chairman, if you, I know you have no quote unquote authority over the Business Council, but your pressure helps. So as a board, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely. I got a couple questions too.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that note, I got a couple suggestions and questions on where you're at. I think I saw Tyler Harrison. Mr. Harrison's the new head of USDA Rural Development. And I really think you need to meet with him if you haven't, because he has a lot of things he's trying to do on the infrastructure side. And obviously, the Office of State Land and Investments is traditionally been heavily involved in this. But if the Wyoming Business Council is saying, look, we want to become more heavily involved on the infrastructure side, making it clear that you want to be a partner to them, because they have mapped out a lot of these infrastructure needs in the state. And what I think all of our agencies should be doing, and maybe they could partner with USDA, is to have some sort of map. I mean, like, I'll give you an example, like Manville. I mean, what was it they came in on the ARPA on? I think it was $10 million. Their project was
A little north of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge. And I'd like to get updates even on where all, what phase they're on, Lusk, Manville, all the communities that, and then if we could integrate and maybe have some sort of mapping for this board on where everybody is, obviously the Rollins situation. I mean, all these things need to be addressed. And so I don't know who convenes that task force. Maybe we'll just, so it needs to be convened. You guys need to all sit. It would be great for everyone to sit down and send something back to us.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Durrell. I think that's right. And I think that's the direction we're heading and kind of the next step, and leaning into how do we leverage our legacy industries to be able to expand those in a greater way. And also recognizing that we can talk for days on end about, how we want this to be free market. I'm an Adam Smith economist. We've talked about this, the invisible hand. But the fact of the matter is we have surrounding states within this ecosystem that are not operating that way. And so recognizing how do we stay by those principles of free market, but also be able to play in the big pool with these other states. And so anyway, I applaud you for heading in that direction. And I believe that this board will come along.
Thanks. For Mr. Treasurer.
I just hope that we never have another ARPA or another COVID distribution like that will, like inflate our economy with inflation that is just unbearable. But I think there are things that we can do, and finding out, I think the governor's done quite a little bit, especially in affordable housing. Task force that is put through there, and I know the WCDA has done a lot, and there's numbers on that. I think a lot of people have the numbers in different things, but I think with the governor's help that we can get a single point of focus as far as to make sure that we kind of get our hands around the cost of infrastructure in the future. I know in agriculture and just in concrete, it's probably going to be $1.5 billion, $2 billion in the next 30, 40 years. So that's just huge amounts of money that are going to have to be coming out as things deteriorate, bridges deteriorate, and growth. I know we're supposed, what is it, Mark, excuse me, Governor, what, 4,000 houses that we're supposed to have in the next 10 years? So, and that's about 6 billion right there. So we need to figure out how we can fund that without the federal government's help and without burdening our citizens with more taxes. So that's, I think, something that we need to start to addressing, because we don't need the government's help, the federal government's help. We shouldn't get it, but when it's offered to everybody else, human nature drives us to lining up on the trough. And I think that we need to be able to get ourselves into a position that we don't care if California gets billions of dollars, because we can handle it ourselves.
Very good. Madam Auditor? Okay, she's conservative with her talking points. I will say one thing, Josh, and I'm not sure, Director, we haven't really had a chance since you've come on board, but prior to your time here, we were working on trying to convene USDA and any other source prior to coming to this board to see what options there were and to be able to sort of figure out where best to put that. That's following a model that Idaho had. Josh, I'd like to invite you to join that if that is continuing or maybe needs to be reconvened. And then lastly, the Grants Management Office maybe can have a tie-in with that effort as well. And that may be actually, Ms. Crosby, that may be an avenue to be able to look for additional funding, including from the Gates Foundation, if there's such a thing there. So thank you. Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank for the decision and also the push to continue to look at that problem. Thank you.
Very good.
That concludes us.
Excellent. Thanks. So we'll now recess from this, right? And then
That's
Head-
correct.
head into without objection. All right.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, it will now be appropriate to convene as the State Board of Land Commissioners. And as the board is ready, the first thing on the agenda will be approval of minutes from the August 7th, 2025 meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the August 7th, 2025 State Loan and Investment Board meeting minutes.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I believe I said State Loan Investment Board. That was meant to be Board of Land
Right,
Commissioners.
I took it as
Thank
that.
you.
Let's have the correction in minutes. Those minutes are. So that's all right.
Yes,
Second?
yes.
Yep. All right. Very good.
Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda is tab B. That is reports provided to the board. These are all informational only, but we have staff here that will stand for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions on matters behind tab B? Any questions? All right.
All right, if not, Mr. Chairman, noting that we have provided materials in advance to the board and that each board member was briefed prior to this meeting, we are prepared to provide a consent list for consideration by the board members. It's been provided up on the table so that each of you can see them. If you'd like me to walk through what's on the list, Mr. Chairman, I can do that.
Yeah, why don't you do that? And then, Madam Director, my suggestion here is that she be, that director can present the consent list. If there are any items that you don't want included on it, let's mention those and then we can have a motion and proceed from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The suggested items for the consent list first are items C2 through C4, then E1 through E13, G3 and G4, G6 through G9, and H1 through H3.
Very good. Members, any of these items that you'd like pulled off the suggested consent list?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to be clear, the Natrona Prism leases are separate. G5 is the Natrona Prism leases, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
One more time? If not, I would entertain a motion for the consent list. C2 through C4, E1 through E13, G3 and G4, G6 through G9, H1 through H3.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved by the auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I would now entertain a motion to pass the director's recommendation on the items that were on the consent list.
So moved.
It's been seconded, moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those motions carry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is tab C, and that is forestry matters. We have State Forester Kelly Norris here today to give her update to the board.
Madam Forrester, good to see you this morning.
Good to see you. Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate this time to provide you a state forestry update. We do have some visitors here with me today, Assistant State Forester Matt Marshall and District Forester Jacob McCarthy. Jacob's coming from Buffalo. We weren't sure if you were going to have any questions about the timber sales up in the Bighorn, so we're here. We had staff and we had numerous staff coming into town yesterday, as well as numerous fire chief and wardens from across the state, as we celebrated our shop foreman, Gary Hobbs's retirement. After 29 years of service to state forestry in Wyoming, Gary will be retiring this month. We're grateful for Gary's dedication to state forestry and Wyoming's wildfire community, and we wish him the best in retirement. I'll begin my report with the wildfire update. Wyoming has had 1,317 wildfires that burned approximately 253,000 acres. Over 75% of the fires reported, a little over 1,000 fires, did start on state and private lands. These fires burned a little more than 56,000 acres, making up approximately 22% of the acres burned in Wyoming. This is a switch back to what Wyoming has been used to, which is carrying the minority of acres burned in comparison to the federal acres burned. In contrast to last year at this same time, Wyoming is now behind the number of fires in acres. I think we're all okay with being behind those numbers in acres from last year. By mid-September, field conditions changed, with critical moisture reaching much of the state, and fire activity across Wyoming was greatly reduced. Counties and national forests have started to drop their fire restrictions, with counties in the northeast portion of the state continuing with their restrictions. As of October 1st, we have officially released all state forestry aviation resources for this year. Wyoming currently has 18 emergency fire suppression account fires that have been approved for 2025. We have officially finalized our fire costs from 2024 and are completing all cost share payments. Total suppression costs for 2024 fire year came to a little more than $37 million. This year, we're tracking fire suppression costs to be approximately $21 million. So Wyoming has spent over $20 million on wildfire suppression costs 2 years in a row. Wyoming was awarded one FMEG fire, the Red Canyon Fire, located in Hot Springs County. The fire grew over 124,000 acres in August, burning a large portion of state and private lands, and was the #1 priority fire nationally for 4 days in a row. Our aviation assets had a very busy fire season and were very successful as statewide suppression response. We are grateful for the additional aviation resources provided to us through the last legislative session, as they made a huge difference in our abilities to quickly respond to multiple fires across the state. The Wyoming Helitack program responded to 53 fires within 8 different counties and had over 200 flight hours. Our medium helicopter responded to 15 fires within 7 different counties. Our 4 contracted single-engine air tankers responded to 76 fires, dropped over 200,000 gallons of retardant, and an additional 30,000 gallons of water. The Gillette seat base was successfully set up early in the summer and was a hub for 2 of our seats starting in late August through September. As for our other fire resource, the Smoke Buster Inmate Hand Crew, they were able to respond to 10 wildfires in 6 different counties and also responded to a fire in South Dakota in Custer this year. The emergency fire suppression account rule changes should be finalized yet this month. And once they are official, we will provide notification to all counties and fire districts. Moving on to a Timber and Good Neighbor Authority update. There is a new small sawmill outside of Wheatland that has begun milling lumber, creating a valuable local outlet for Wyoming timber in the area. Very good news to hear and see. Our second Black Hills GNA Forester will start next week, adding much needed boost to our progress on a 5,500 acre timber sale project that is being coordinated with the U.S. Forest Service and National Wild Turkey Federation within the Bear Lodge District. State Forestry has committed to selling about 1,100 acres of this project yet this year to help support the Black Hills National Forest meet their timber targets. State Forestry has also been active selling Good Neighbor Authority timber deck sales. This is wood that was cut during the suppression activities last year in the pack trail or in the elk fire on those national forests. And selling the deck timber sales really helps to maximize that use of that timber. We're getting it back into the local contracting, into Wyoming, into the mills. We recently sold over 1,000 acre cross-boundary GNA timber sale called the Fallen Pines, which was located in the Medicine Bow National Forest that includes state, BLM, and U.S. Forest Service timber. And lastly, I provided the board an annual summary of timber management activities for fiscal year 2025. Currently, State Forestry has 24 active state trust land timber sales and 11 Good Neighbor Authority timber sales being administered on more than 6,400 acres across Wyoming. Additionally, we're administering 38 thinning or fuels mitigation projects on 4,370 acres, and these projects combined total over 10,000 acres on state, private, and federal lands. Quick update on Cooperative Forestry Assistance Program. Reminder, Wyoming State Forestry did receive $1.5 million for U.S. Forest Service grants. Our first round of applications approved 13 landowner projects covering 1,275 acres. Landowner interest remains high, demonstrating the importance of state-supported private land forestry programs. The latest round of funding for the Community Wildfire Defense Grants was recently announced, and Cody Fire Department was awarded a grant to update Park County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Their current plan is 17 years old, so it's a little necessary. Last month, our State Forestry hosted the second Wyoming Tree Academy, which was in Sheridan. The Academy brought in over 125 attendees from 4 different states who came together for hands-on plant healthcare courses and tree care sessions led by industry professionals. The award for Outstanding Wyoming Arborist was given to Laura Schumann from Buffalo, Wyoming, and the Outstanding Wyoming Urban and Community Forestry Program was awarded to Rooted in Cheyenne. And lastly, I want to provide an important forestry and fire policy update to the board. Last month, Wyoming State Forestry, along with the governor's office, other state agencies, Wyoming counties, and conservation districts, turned in our comments in support of rescinding the U.S. Forest Service 2001 Roadless Area Conservation Rule. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is now reviewing feedback and preparing a draft environmental impact statement, and will be proposing a proposal rule. The Bridger-Teton National Forest Plan revision has been moving along, and state agencies, counties, and conservation districts have been invited to participate as cooperating agencies in the development of the assessment, which has already been released. Next step is developing the proposed need for change. The Black Hills National Forest Plan revision has stalled out, but we are expecting the forest plan development and scoping to begin in early 2026. Last month, the USDA and Department of Interior came out with secretarial memos in response to President Trump's wildfire executive order. The USDA memorandum directs reforms to improve performance, eliminate redundancies by consolidating key administrative functions, and streamline overall function of the interagency wildfire response system. The Department of Interior memo goes a step further by directing the department to elevate wildland fire program by unifying all of its agencies into the U.S. Wildland Fire Service. And finally, you're aware the government is shut down. From feedback given to us by the U.S. Forest Service, current plans are to keep all fire, timber, and recreation staff, as well as leadership such as forest supervisors, on as long as possible during the shutdown. This will keep key functions and projects going on our forest lands. This is a very different approach from previous shutdowns, but a welcomed one, as we have field and fire season still very active in our national forests. And so with that, I'll stop here and open it up for any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Madam Forrester. Are there questions? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forrester Norris would just thank you for your email updates throughout the summer season, just as things were such in flux every day. So we appreciate that.
Madam Forrester, would you take just a second? We put together kind of a coffee clutch, I would call it, to help inform maybe what the state should be thinking about in the future for being able to address fire. And just give us an update if you would.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Through Senate File 152, a portion of the original Senate File 152 included a section for a wildfire task group to really take a hard look at what are we doing with fire and what do we need to be thinking about moving forward with fire. That was removed from the original bill, and joint appropriations took up wildfire as a topic through the interim. With that, we still created a small group to help state forestry really prepare and present as a unified group in recommendations and background to joint appropriations. That group has also presented and looked into multiple questions that we've been looking at. What are issues with wildfire insurance? What are issues with fuels and management? How much capacity do we really have in the state of Wyoming? From that, the group has really just helped also support, I would say, the changes to the emergency fire suppression account rules. And that's really was the end result of that as well. With that being said, I think we will be seeing possibly some proposals within the governor's budget that'll be coming out in regards to additional capacity that we are looking to do. We recognize we are billing, last year we billed about 50 million, and we have one personnel staff to manage all of that administrative lift. So we're taking a look at our capacity as wildfire continues to be a pretty big lift for us. And with the changes that we're seeing when it comes to the federal agencies and their consolidations with wildland fire. So I don't know if that answered fully your question, but I think there is a wildfire community group between our Rural Fire Association and our Fire Chiefs Association here in Wyoming, that it also is working with our county commissioners and providing feedback back to state forestry on really important information on their needs and what they would like to see in the support that they're having to need at different times of the year, specifically whether it's when we talk about aviation, now they're talking about boots on the ground. Where are boots on the ground and how can we help support them there? That was one thing we found when we went to Hot Springs County into our community meeting is they're volunteers. And when they volunteer and it's 5 a.m. and they need to go back to work, who's the boots on the ground so they can hand over that fire to? And so those are the conversations we continue to have with that group.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
One of the things when this administration was going through the process of budget cuts, the one thing they did talk about was actually spending some money on new software programs, and I'm just wondering whether or not your counterparts on the federal government have done anything that looks interesting and anything we might be able to work with them on.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's a good question. So one of the things we really started working on together, specifically even this year, was making sure when we have a fire, we're mapping all into the same cloud base and the same software system. So our Helitech program now, when they go out and they map a fire, we're all feeding into the same system, whether it's the county, the state, or BLM or Forest Service. We're sharing data now and starting to try to be that operability in between all the agencies. And we're going to continue to look at avenues to do that, whether it's through the use of drones, through the use of mapping. These are things that we are looking at, and both DOI and USDA have really, that's one area they want to take a deep dive into, is how can we have more interoperability when we show up to as a team to a fire, being able to make sure all of our computers, whether you're a state, whether you're BLM, whether you're the Forest Service, they can all interact and talk to each other. That is more of a challenge than you would realize. Those are the things that we are trying to look at for efficiencies moving forward, is specifically in that technology area.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Yeah, and one of the things that I would hope that when you got that, a great start on interoperability on forest fires, but trying to get an interoperability on minerals, on you know, your timber, everything, all the different resources that Wyoming can use to actually have a better economy and maybe a more efficient way of providing the answers that we're looking for.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I won't speak on minerals, but I do know on the fuels and forestry, that is a real need. And the National Association of State Foresters has actually been working quite diligently on this, trying to get one system to collect all the timber, all the fuels work on all of the lands, so we can better showcase what that 10,000 acres looks like and where those outputs are. So there is a software program that we've invested quite a bit of time and money into, and we're continuing to work with the federal agencies on that. But their systems are pretty historic, they're pretty old, and they're realizing that. Trying to bring them into newer technology does take time, but it is definitely a priority, and we hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Further, any? Thank you, Forester Norris. There are a lot of moving parts, and you know, now that we have a few new members confirmed, I think we'll start to see a little bit more action and a little bit more definition. I think until January 1st is when the fire service is supposed to be stood up, and all the pieces are supposed to kind of come together. But if there's anything we can do, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of unknowns for us in Wyoming. We interact with all of the Department of Interior fire systems. We have BIA, we have BLM, we have National Park Service, and we have Fish and Wildlife Service all here in Wyoming. They all take on wildland fire very differently. And it will be very interesting as they get pulled into one wildfire service system. And they'll have one person that they'll be answering to instead of all of their different people that they'll be answering to. So we are going to be seeing master agreements needing to be updated, MOUs needing to be upgraded, how we operate. So there's going to be bumps along the road. There's going to be some changes we're going to have to get used to. But I think long-term, this has been a real push to try and start figuring out how we can do better and not work in silos. So, well, the future is yet to tell us where we're going to end up.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? If there are none, appreciate it. Sorry we couldn't keep you through to the last of the meeting before you had to leave.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Thanks. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is tab D, Policy Matters. And the first up for your consideration is D1. And that is considering adoption of regular rules for Chapter 4 in the Grazing and Agricultural Leasing chapter. These Chapter 4 rules put in place the necessary administrative framework to conform with Senate Enrolled Act 18 and efficiently manage partition fencing within the Grazing and Ag Leasing Program. These rules did go out for the required 45-day comment period. 2 comments were received, and one in full support of the rules and the other with some questions. But after interfacing with the commenter, it was determined that no other change was needed. So these are in the same format that they came to the board the first time.
Any questions? If there are none, what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation in adopting the proposed rules for Chapter 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor, moved by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, next for your consideration is item D2, and that is to consider the adoption of regular rules for Chapter 3 easements. These proposed Chapter 3 rules put in place the necessary administrative framework to conform with House Enrolled Act number 59 to efficiently manage granting easements to counties and municipalities for roadways in place constructed before January 1, 2025. The office put these rules out for the required 45-day comment period and no comments were received, so no changes were made to the rules.
All right, thanks. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, can the counties still abandon a road that's on state land, so no change has been done on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, statute does provide a provision that allows for the abandonment of those. And further, when you look at the rules and regulations, they specify that if the roadway is no longer being utilized for its intended purpose, a county road, then it can be canceled.
Okay. I guess another question, Mr. Chairman, on the I guess the topic of easements by leaseholders, whether or not it's I guess your opinion that we need anything in that area or not, because I know we've had some problems with leaseholders who were driving across sections that they leased for 100 years. And then all of a sudden there was a requirement that they have an easement if they entered the section and exited the section. And so I don't believe anything's in here, but is there anything in the I guess the rules that would prohibit the board from adopting a policy that would be effective in making sure that a leaseholder could exit and enter property that they've leased?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe what you're referring to is in the instance that we have a grazing lessee and they need to access their private property, they would be required to have an easement to get to their property specifically. And then also when we're talking about industry, if they're going through our property, maybe they hold that mineral lease for that particular section, but they're trying to administer their off-lease minerals, then we put them into a temporary use permit. And to the extent that it's helpful, I would just explain a little bit more on why that is the case. When you look at the easement rules and regulations, they specify what we prefer, what the board has directed preference to, and that's that these roads follow section lines, existing roadways, etc. And that's to prevent any encumbrance on the land that would inhibit development in the future. The way we get around that is through a temporary use permit. And so we don't have that long-term encumbrance on that property. And oftentimes those roads to industry properties, they don't follow section lines. They go through the center. And if they were to remain for a perpetual term or a term of 35 years, they may inhibit development. So that's kind of why we treat them a little bit differently. As to your question about whether or not there's any infrastructure in rules or regulations that would prevent the board from establishing a policy that would grant a existing lessee the right to get to their property. One, I haven't contemplated a whole lot at this point in time, but I'd love to dig into it and get a definitive answer to you for.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, just my opinion that if you've leased a section of land for 100 years and there's been no prohibition about driving from one side to the other side to put out salt or check your cattle, and then the state's gonna actually just, charge them to open the gate and connect to another pasture. If it's an in-holding, there's probably a lot of people who violate this circumstances, which was discussed here. If you had an in-holding and your ranch surrounded everything, that you couldn't drive from one side of it to the other side of it, or you'd be, asking the state office of state lands to please charge me for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit for a future meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
just any OSOI is going to be real busy come 2030. Is that an accurate statement? As far as having to file these? I mean, any rough idea just on the volume of these, or I'm sure there's counties that are more documented than others. I'm just curious kind of what you think the population is going to be.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, it's an interesting question and one that I can't give you the exact number to. We started with a number of 700. Of course, we were required by our rules and by that new law to work with the counties to determine what roads exist out there that don't have already authorization. And we use GIS data to do that. And then we truthed it with our database. One thing that we found out recently is that many of our old easements within our database didn't have the legal descriptions that we were using to truth the data in them. So of those 700, what we're getting back from the counties right now is many of them do already have easements. So it's going to be less than we thought, but I really feel that we are going to be busy. There's going to be several hundred that we're going to have to address.
Thank you.
Thanks. And Mr. Booth, on that note, I think with the advent of so many more four-wheelers, side-by-sides, et cetera, we're starting to see roads that appear where there were no roads beforehand. And I think it's going to be important to be able to note those. Have you looked at what that's going to be so that we have maybe a time certain that you can then go back and say, gosh, this road sort of appeared in 2025. Is it a valid road or is it actually something else? Have you looked at that?
Yeah, specific to this easement project, we haven't yet. But one thing that we did do and what we were intentional about is when we delineated what we're going to require to get these grants of easements issued, we also required public comment, or not public comment, comment from the existing lessee. So hopefully, if there is an issue with a road being pioneered that never existed, we're going to get those comments and we're going to be able to have that data at hand. We do have a lot of aerial data at our disposal so we can see whether a roadway existed prior to X date. And there's multiple different satellite dates that we can look at for several years in the past. So we can absolutely be cognizant of that. But to date, we haven't done a whole lot of work looking at that yet.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer.
This is a true circumstance. So that happened on our place. And that was when we were got a new survey where this county road was supposed to be on the section line. It was off anywhere from 0 to 100 feet as it kind of cut across it. And then, but what we had to do is that we had to hire, a surveyor to actually show that. And then we had to go to the state engineer and make sure that we got all our water rights on the right side of the road and everything moved around. So, if a circumstance like that becomes apparent, to the county and to the landowner, is the landowner going to get hit with, this cost us, probably $10,000-$12,000 to actually get back in the right line because of, inadvertent error that was years ago. So I'm just wondering how many have you even looked at analysis, or did the legislature look at an analysis when they said they were going to get everything essentially resurveyed and GPS'd and all of the deeds and the attorneys and all of those fees that are going to come along with it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I am not aware of an effort to analyze that critically, but given that circumstantial evidence, we can certainly keep that in mind and see how that plays out and create an update.
Government improves things that sometimes are well left alone until you actually have to do the improvement. But those are, I guess we'll see how this shakes out. I hope nobody gets affected.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further questions? All right. If there are none, you'll remind me, do we have a motion on that?
We don't have a motion yet, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to, that we adopt the proposed rules for chapter 3 easements.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by superintendent, moved by the auditor. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is D3, review of surface impact payment schedules for easements and surface impact payment schedules for temporary use permits. The office works with applicants for easements and temporary use permits, as well as with surface lessees on a regular basis to determine proper surface impact payments. Comments concerning surface impact payments from both sides are considered along with comparable market rates in the determination of this schedule. Based on our office's analysis, we are recommending no change in these amounts at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? If there are none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the surface impact payment schedules for easements and temporary use permits as attached to the board letter.
So is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, next we will move to tab E, surface lease matters. And the first matter up for consideration is E14. This is consideration of the lease amendment language for special use lease 1126. This matter came before the board in December 2024. This is in relation to the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. After the matter was approved, it was the office's understanding that we would use our standard template. This is a unique scenario that required a bit more negotiation with the lessees. And so through work with the Joint Powers Board up in Cody, we have a new lease with amendments provided for the board for your consideration. I would also recommend, if it is the pleasure of the board, at the same time to consider matter I3, which is a public use closure. These both came up in conversations with the lessee as necessities to make sure that the shooting complex could be successful. So you'll see both this matter showing the amendments to your standard template for your consideration. And then in I3, as discussed in your briefing, is a closure recommendation from the office for 1,956 acres. We did post this 30 days, well over 30 days before this meeting, both on the parcel and on our website, and we've received no comments to date. We also have partners on this project here to address the board.
Thank you very much. Before we start, questions for the staff?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Director, so just want to clarify, so changes to that standard format is within the red line version that's within the packet. Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Thank you. Further question? If not, if there's anyone here to address the board on either of these matters, let's start with E14 first.
My belief is they're online, Mr. Chairman.
Online. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we have both Brian Mick and Glenn Ross from the Joint Powers Board.
Okay. Mr. Mick, we have you online, hand raised. If you're willing to address the board, I think you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much for consideration of this revised lease. It's a pleasure to meet you all virtually anyway. I met Superintendent Degenfelder at the Wyoming Technology Conference last year, so good to see you again. The lease as proposed, as you know, I mean, as the initial format is really more suited to or applicable to a grazing lease or some other low intensity use. So we not only negotiated and finalized a MOU with state parks, and we turned our attention to the state lands and investment lease. I want to thank Director Barlow and Cody Booth and members of the AG, the Attorney General's staff, attorneys on both, representing both public entities. Well, I guess we're technically a public entity also. weighed in on this document. So it's had a lot of eyes on it. We think the final version works well for everybody. I know some of the provisions are patently obvious, right? We don't want hiking and hunting and recreational use while we have not only a long range up to 2 mile area for long range shooting, which will be, I believe, the only one in the country. We also have another outdoor, obviously, rifle venue up to about 900 yards that runs through a valley. So we're using most of the property, both east to west and north to south, for rifle competitions and recreational shooting. We're going to be open to the public for them to use the facility in addition to national and hopefully international events. So we can't have, obviously we can walk through every provision, but you can't have surface mining or drilling pads being prepared during the complex use. You can't dig tunnels and some of those uses. So we worked through all the provisions. If you have any specific questions, I just want to thank again the staff, the Slib staff, and the AG folks for getting us to this final version.
Thank you, Mr. Mick. Are there questions for Mr. Mick? If not, Mr. Ross, if you'd like to address the board, we'll certainly hear from you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you might want to speak up just a little bit. Your voice is kind of quiet here.
Okay. Yes, I think Mr. Mick covered it very well. Both the OSLI and the local Joint Powers Board have been intent on protecting the state lands and the state and local investments, which are significant to this project. And our goal is to foster the economic development the state is looking for. And the public safety and liability concerns were addressed nicely with these lease amendments. And we really appreciate Director Berry and her team's effort to help us move this along and get it in a better place for the entire state of Wyoming and its citizens. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and we'd answer any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Questions for Mr. Ross? Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on this? If there isn't, we'll talk about E14 first, I think, correct? And then we'll go on to I3. What's the pleasure of the board on board matter E14?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation to approve the updated lease format.
Amendment. All right, thank you. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I would say is I appreciate OSLI's work on creating kind of an individualized template for this. I think sometimes we find that these situations are not one size fits all, and so I appreciate the effort.
Thanks very much, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree. I think it's never fun to go back and try to tweak this now, but it's way better than trying to solve some problem that we didn't know we created in 10 or 20 years. So
thanks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I see they're going to do a modern technology range, so I would just request that when you guys get some information on what that might look like, that you share it with the Highway Patrol and National Guard.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Mr. Mick. Any further questions? Okay. I guess we have it moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Now we'll take matter I3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, in conjunction with work on that special use lease, it was requested by the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board to close public use to the 1,956 acres associated
Mr.
with the
Chairman.
state shooting complex.
Just point of order. So we are going to go back to E15 and 16?
Yes.
Okay, so we're skipping to I3.
Yep.
Okay.
As mentioned, the announcement of the potential closure was posted on August 21st on the parcel so that any interested individual might comment. It was also posted on the office's website. We did not receive any comments regarding this potential closure.
Thank you. Mr. Mick, I see your hand is still raised. Are you?
Oh, no, I just wanted to stay live in case there were any other questions. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries.
I'll hit my lower hand. There we go.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify for the record that while this is going to be closed to public use, the shooting range will be available to use by the public.
Correct.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to address the board on any particular matter related to this issue? If not, members of the board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation on board matter I3.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm going to be voting no on this one. I think certainly closure of a portion of the property is appropriate, but this is just a little too heavy-handed for me, all 2,000 acres. I think there is a path maybe to get a little more of a balance there. So this one, I'm going to be voting no on. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signified by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That brings us back into our E matters. Next on the agenda is E15, a consideration for an application of a wind lease renewal. And I'll let Mr. Booth address the board on sort of a update in how we have done negotiations from the previous lease. As a reminder to the board, this wind farm has existed for the past 25 years. So these are turbines that are in operation at this time. And so this is a newly negotiated request for a 50-year term. Mr. Booth?
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the renewal is of this wind energy lease is to Pacificor, 640 acres located in Carbon County, about 21 or 27.1 miles northwest of Arlington. The overall project boundary that incorporates this lease is a little over 13,000 acres and has an annual generation capacity of 146 megawatt hours. Of the 13,000 acres within the project area, of course, 640 is state trust lands. And on those lands, there's 12.95 of the 146 megawatt hours. Since approval in 2000, the lease has generated a little over $300,000. And this is a little bit lower due to different initial negotiations. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. But as a part of the renewal, all rental rates, including the installation fee, minimum fee, operation fee, they've been renegotiated. And that's to ensure consistency across wind leases that we have to date. So the surface lessee, High Island Ranch, I think it's important to know, they have consented to the project. So getting into the details, want to just point out that there are no adjacent state lands that share a corner or boundary with this property. So that 640 acre section stands alone. There are no active or inactive oil and gas leases or solid mineral leases on state lands in the entire township and range that this section falls within. Pacificor is a regulated utility, meaning its operations are overseen by the Wyoming Public Service Commission. There are 7 wind turbine generators on the property, and as we discussed previously, the nameplate capacity of those turbines is 12.95. Since the lease has extended beyond the initial and construction phases of the project, I really want to focus on the consideration updates that we made relative to the operating phase, which they're in currently. In the operating phase, the previous lease was negotiated at a base operating fee of $1,000 per megawatt hour per year. Just key on that per year. And that's of the installed capacity of the wind turbines, and that's subject to a triennial CPI. And at the time, it's suggested that that may go up or down. And then there was also a minimum per acre fee of $2.25. That's per acre per year again. The 2024 payment was based off the base operating fee, and it was $23,532.74. We've since negotiated the new operating phase rates, should the lease be renewed, at the greater of $1,250 per megawatt hour, and instead of per year, that's going to be per quarter. So $5,000 per megawatt hour per year. And the other aspect where it's greater of is the utility operating fee, and that's going to be $2.28, and that'll be multiplied by the megawatt hours that are generated specifically on the state trust lands. In addition, in no instance will the the lessee pay less than $25 per acre, again, per quarter. And so it's going to be $100 per acre per year. These rates are adjusted annually by an increase of 2%. So getting into specific numbers of what that looks like, at a minimum per acre value increased by 2% each year, the lessee would begin by paying $64,000 year one. And just for frame of reference, middle of the term, 25 years, they'll be paying close to $101,000. So in 25 years at this rate, we would earn $1.95 million. And in 50 years, we'd earn close to $5.24 million. At the base operating fee, which is the fee that they will be paying as a public utility, should the utility operating fee not exceed this amount because it exceeds the minimum acre fee, they would be paying on year one $64,750, and by year 25 a little over $102,000. So that equates in 25 years to $1.97 million, and in 50 years $5.3 million. So I think just to point out, in comparison, we've negotiated our rates. So in the next 25 years, we're going to be earning a substantial amount more just in the minimums. But we do feel that when we apply that utility operating fee, it's going to far exceed any of the minimums that we've previously discussed. It's just really difficult at this point in time to understand the production of energy that's going to come off those turbines. Lastly, I just say it's important to note that we didn't just renegotiate the relevant consideration rates. We renegotiated all rates pursuant to comparable markets. And in this case, there are changes in the case that there are changes with the current lessee, or the lease is assigned, or the S&E isn't a public utility. And our favored nations clause within that, so we updated this lease to our normal wind lease template. We updated the consideration rates, and the last update we made was favored nations. Previous to now, we didn't have teeth to require the company to show us their books and prove that we have the highest rates or are equal to the highest rates in the entire project boundary. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Excuse me, looking at the details that were just passed out, and I see you don't have a phase 2, 3, or 4 in any of these things. And I'm wondering what the definition of phase is in context to if these were 3 megawatt or 5 megawatt generators on the windmills and they went to a 10 megawatt generator, would that constitute a separate phase?
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 payments are specific to timelines. So 1st through 10 years, 10 through 20 years, 20 through 30 years. So certainly in the event that they upgraded, repowered those turbines to a 10 megawatt an hour turbine, all the rates would be subject to that. So the minimum is based on per megawatt hour of nameplate capacity. So if your turbine is 2 megawatt capacity upgraded to 10, there would be an increase in payment there.
Yeah, I understand that because that's proportional to the megawatts. What I'm looking at is, but it says it's a phase one only initial payment. But why don't you have an initial payment if they went to a phase two for the added capacity? That would be, from $6 to $7.75 per acre. And I know that, like on solar things, these people are getting $800 an acre, and I don't know what the difference is on energy production on a section of wind farms versus energy production on a section of solar. But yeah, I guess I don't have all the facts to actually look and see, what that is.
Mr. Booth.
Good question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. Sorry for the misunderstanding. See what you're pointing at here at the top of this page. So that is the initial payment only. And so we're out of that initial phase because they've already constructed these. And so we're getting operating fees only. So we've renegotiated that upwards. It's not scaled like it was, but it's not going to apply in this scenario.
Yeah, I would think that if they did that update and they went from 5 to 10, that would be a phase two on a per acre basis in an initial, phase, because these things, over 50 years, they're gonna increase their capacity. And I think you need to bite of the apple on the as far as, and that just is the definition of initial phase. And whether or not you can do that in definitions or not, I don't think I want to renegotiate this thing on the fly here, but I'd say take a look at what the definition is of initial phase. And if they have a substantial increase in production, then, go ahead and get the initial phase dollars at the same time as you get the increase in the megawatts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. Further comments? Questions? Discussion? If there is none, I would entertain a motion. It's been moved. Mr. Bump, I see we have a hand up. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Eric Carlson.
Mr. Carlson, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I will recognize you, please.
No worries, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for agreeing to review these agenda items. Just for background, my name is Eric Carlson. I'm the property agent for Pacific Corp. And in this role, I serve as the main point of contact between Pacific Corp and the members of the staff for the Office of State Lands and Investments in managing these and other lease agreements throughout the state. And so I just appreciate the staff's work in putting these forward through negotiations, and just appreciate everybody being involved in discussing this matter. Just for additional context, so the original lease agreements, both dated in the year 2000, were for an initial term of 25 years, but they did include a renewal option up to the total of 75 years. However, that option is subject to compliance with the state's renewal procedures. And so we've been relying on the state staff to help shepherd us through that process. In response to Mr. Treasurer's question regarding the fee per construction, I'd like to point out section 5.3 of the new lease, which would require a payment per megawatt of $5,625, which in our opinion probably would apply. So if we were to go and repower, we would be obligated to make that additional installation fee payment too.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Monitor.
Mr. Carlson, I mean, I understand that the state portion of this is very 11%, I think, of the project. Have the surrounding leases with the private landowner been squared away in terms of renewals?
Yes, Madam Auditor, Mr. Chairman. So those particular leases were for a longer term. And so back in 2000, when these projects were being developed, the term length on those were significantly longer than the state's lease.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. And one more question
Please,
for Mr.
sure.
Booth, please. Just, I think I understood this correctly. If the lease was to ever be assigned, that approval would come through, that would have to come through for board approval as well.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Booth, where are you seeing that? Because I don't read the assignment provisions that way. I read that the director has to approve it, but that it also says that it shall not be reasonably withheld, whatever that means. But I'm not seeing that it has to come back to the board, just reviewing the assignment provisions. Was that section 10? Oh, it's Article 9. Yeah, it says in the event of an assignment or sublease by lessee agrees to comply with owner's rules, ... Then it says that the rules, regulations, procedures, and applicable laws in effect at the time of assignment will supersede the provisions provided for this lease agreement. That's pretty weird. In the event that owners or the director's consent or approval is required under any such rules, regulations, procedures, or laws in connection with any proposed assignment or sublease, such consent or approval shall not be unreasonably withheld, conditioned, or delayed. So that sentence appears to suggest that it's the director's consent, not the consent of the board.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, Section 8 of the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 6 addresses assignments, and it says wind energy lease may not be assigned without prior approval by the board. Obviously, that's what I'm going off when I'm giving you that answer.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, in terms of a contract law perspective, I think the contract would supersede, but I'm not seeing it there anywhere in there. In fact, it says owners or directors consent.
Mr. Booth. Or Director, do you want to, or if we have Mr. Peters here?
Mr. Chairman, happy to let Mr. Peters opine, but it would also be my interpretation that the rules and the contract would work together so that would hopefully assuage this concern, but happy to have Mr. Peters opine as well.
Thank you, Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, the provision that was just referenced in the agreement says that the event that owner's consent is required under the rules, and then it provides that process. And our rules do clearly require that assignments be approved by the board, that no assignment is effective unless approved by the board. And the board is the owner in this instance, so any assignments of a wind energy lease would be presented to the board for approval.
Mr. Chairman, what's the sentence you're referring to in the contract?
In section 9.1, where it discusses in the event that owner's consent is or approvals or owners or the director's consent or approval is required under such rules or regulations. Such consent shall not be unreasonably withheld.
Why would it say directors then if it's the board?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, there may be instances in which the director's approval is appropriate, but as our rules are currently constituted today, they do require board approval for any assignment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Peters. Appreciate that. If there is no further discussion, what's the pleasure of the board? All right. Yeah, I think
Motion.
yeah, well, we stopped it, but I'm going to just say, make sure that we had it because I think I recognized Mr. Carlson just as you were making your motion.
Yeah, I said just adopt basically.
Yeah, okay. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I would second, and maybe the good treasurer would agree to amend that a little bit, just explicitly saying in the motion that any assignment or sublease must come back to the board. I know we're belt suspendering and duct taping, but I think I would feel more comfortable with that in the motion. Is that okay?
Yeah. Okay, motion has been amended, but friendly. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize the superintendent first. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've thought a lot about this one and I'm going to be voting no. I've harped over and over and over again about having a level playing field, and the 50-year lease is just, it's too much. And so I'm going to be a no today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Well, I'm a little confused about the motion. You know, you got to put that in the contract. I don't think you have in the motion something that isn't really in the contracts, but, or is unclear whether it's in the contract, but I'm also a no. You know, we've seen from the Stevens case where I was the lone dissenter that these wind leases are not in line with the fiduciary duty of the board. You know, I was just reviewing some of the briefing on this, and that case really lays out the way the financial assurance in these form contracts, it's not strong enough if it's there at all. It subordinates the mineral estate. It is totally inconsistent with the fiduciary duty of this board, these wind leases, and it's built on a fantasy. I mean, we've talked about this. President Trump has been doing great work and has been clear on this. We're not going to have these wind leases in this country anymore. We should not have these wind leases. We should not have this wind, this woke wind in the United States. And we see, you know, these 8-9 projects that are being thrown at the wall on these wind projects that they're trying to get the subsidies before they run out because the big beautiful bill expires, a lot of them, and it's just really problematic. So I'm going to be a no on these wind leases. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor.
I would just note, I think this one is substantially different than some of the others that have come before us. This is one section in the middle of a substantial, already operating, already constructed, already producing project. And so there is not other, you know, the grazing lessee has consented. We're certainly not losing some of that, any of that income. This is not a needle in the middle of the haystack, but it seems extremely counterproductive to force somebody to go and remove the very donut. Then we'll just have a wind project donut, basically. And we will not be receiving any income from this that has been producing, which I think is a little bit different than a new project going up. So I would just say that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess let's put it in context that China in the first 6 months of this year put in 51.8 gigabytes of power. Wind power. That's just in wind power, 51.8 gigabytes. And folks, we're in a war that the bullets are electrons. And if we're going to basically turn away from being able to implement the computing needs that we need in this country and the other needs that we need in this country for energy, then essentially I don't want to unilaterally say, yeah, it's not worth it and we surrender.
Mr. Secretary, I do want to discipline this conversation to be
Well, thank
pertinent
you.
and not just a back and forth.
Thank
So
you, Mr.
please.
Chairman. Certainly not sure what a gigabyte of power is. I haven't heard that. A gigabyte, I haven't heard that used as a metric on that. I think that, you know, the president has been really clear on this, that it's actually the opposite, that, you know, the China sells us these things, they make them, and they don't put any of them up because they put up more coal-fired power plants and they don't use Wyoming coal. This is all a sort of thing to weaken our country, to make the grid less reliable, to make us reliant on other countries that actually manufacture this junk and then don't use it themselves. And so it's really not in line with the Trump administration's priorities. They actually pushed back a lot on that. He notes that President Trump that China is not doing this, that they're not going all in on this woke wind, and they sell us it, but they're not interested in engaging in it at all. Instead, they actually use the low cost stuff, which is the coal, oil, and gas that we should be doing. So we got to take a stand here. We got to be America first and do the right thing. And it's not in line with being a fiduciary. I mean, the Stevens case really lays that out of how inconsistent these projects are with being a fiduciary. So I'm definitely a no. Thank you.
Very good. All right, if there is no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Noes?
No.
My count is that's a 2-2. I am of aye on that. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is matter E16. This is the companion renewal with PacifiCorp. Once again, a 50-year term. And I'll let Mr. Booth hit some of the higher points on the changes in negotiation for this one.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, many similarities from what we just heard, 640 acres, Carbon County. The overall project boundary for this particular lease is 2,780 acres. So of those acres, 640 are the states. And so that project is a total of 53.58 megawatt hours. And the state's component of that is 19.74. So moving on to some of the statistics relative to this particular section, it's 8.64 miles north of Arlington. There are no adjacent state lands that share a corner or boundary with the property. Again, stands pretty much alone. There are no active or inactive oil and gas leases or solid mineral leases on the lands proposed for the wind lease. There are 2 active oil and gas leases and several inactive leases within the same township and range, but on the sections themselves that correspond with this renewal, there are none. PacifiCorp, again, regulated utility focused specifically on the operating phase. This one's a little bit different in that there are more megawatt hours on this property, so the minimum is going to be that base operating fee. In that base operating fee, year 1, they would be paying $98,700. And by year 25, they'd be paying close to $156,000. In 25 years, that would equate to $2.9 million. And in 50, $8 million. Again, we didn't just renegotiate the relevant consideration rates. We negotiated everything, current contracts that we have, and updated favored nations clause. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Are there questions? If there aren't, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Is there support? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. One of our members didn't know what a gigawatt is. I'll put it in terms that I think everybody in the audience should be able to understand. Essentially, 51.8 gigawatts is the equivalent of 30 Laramie River power stations. 30 Laramie River power stations. That's what China put in wind in the first 6 months of this year. There's 550 megawatts is you got 3 of those, and 51.8, basically 500 megawatts is a gigawatt.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Again, I want to be disciplined about the discussion here.
Thank you, Mr.
Of course, Mr.
Chairman, I think he said gigabyte earlier. So I guess he meant gigawatt. So that's what I was referring to, was the gigabyte versus gigawatt. I'm going to be voting no on this. I think same thing talked about earlier. The Stevens case really lays out how this is not in line with being a fiduciary. The lack of financial assurance, the lack of strength in the assignment provisions of the lease. And we actually have this case being examined right now. So I think, continuing with this lease while the entire infrastructure of the wind leasing provisions of this board, the way they're being contested, I think is definitely inappropriate and not in line with being a fiduciary. And then again, I'll note what President Trump has said, that we're not going to do this in our country anymore because it's damaging our country, and we need to focus on low-cost energy sources like coal, oil, and gas, which are being subordinated. The mineral state is being subordinated in these leases, which is another reason that it is not in line with being a fiduciary. So I'm going to be a no. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer, and I'm going to be,
And
I'm
I'm
gonna be
just gonna
strict
go
on this.
directly to what a fiduciary is. Fiduciary comes down in historical terms is to clear back in the time when the Crusades were on and a person was appointed to run the estates of the people that went off to fight the war. And that's essentially what that is it has a duty of loyalty to the beneficiaries, and it has a duty to perform and in the same manner in which the person would be there to replace them in their stead. And essentially, we are fiduciaries by using this because the loyalty that we have to is to the students of the state of Wyoming. And if we don't do this, Mr. Chairman, we are going to be reducing the aid to the students in the state of Wyoming. And then the other thing is that you're going to have is that as far as it's an existing site as to the auditor's analysis that you're going to have to reclaim all of this stuff, and therein lies one of the problems in some of these areas here is that I'll give that to the discussion, but essentially we are fiduciaries because we are doing what we're supposed to do. We're putting money into the school system and money into the state. And we're doing that out of the respect and loyalty to our state and to the school children.
Mr. Peters, I have a question for you, if you could come up. The notion's been alluded to a couple of times about the mineral estate being subordinated. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. The way that the current wind lease template is drafted, it does not subordinate the mineral lease to the surface estate here. There are requirements that the surface lessee allow reasonable accommodations for the mineral lessee to develop the mineral estate. And then that's in the lease, and I can pull up specific provisions if you'd like to go into that. But the idea that this wind lease subordinates the mineral estate to the surface estate is not consistent with the terms of the lease.
And Mr. Peters, furthermore, it seems to me there's Supreme Court precedent on that issue as well. Can you state how the state could interfere with what the Supreme Court has ruled on?
Mr. Chairman, certainly you're correct that the Wyoming Supreme Court has opined on a number of times sort of the interplay between the surface estate and the mineral estate, and our wind lease aligns with that precedent, and certainly to the extent that we were to take a different position, there would perhaps be conflict between existing precedent and our mineral lease. So the way that the lease is drafted, it's to be consistent with that precedent.
Thank you. Just a clarification. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just another question for Mr. Carlson. I think he's still on if he can be allowed to speak. Mr. Carlson, I don't know if this is the same surface, a private and rancher that you're working with on this one. But I would ask maybe the same question that I did on the first lease as to the status of, you already have these other lands squared away for this extension or for this term. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that is correct. So there's one other private landowner associated with this project, and they are currently under lease. Similar to the past case, those leases were negotiated in 2000 for a longer term.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, appreciate your comments, but, just want to push back and disagree. I mean, you look at the Stevens case and the attorneys there make a really strong argument on how the mineral rights in these wind leases are subordinated. And I understand our attorneys don't agree with that. Our attorneys are representing the rest of the board in that case. So they're obviously not going to concede that. But I just want to push back that there's a really strong argument that they're subordinated. So
I imagined you would, sir.
thank you.
All right. Further discussion, if there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
It's the same matter, 2-2, and I am an aye. Thank you, Mr. Peters.
Take a break.
Why don't we haven't got much more, do we? Oh, and that'll be the PRISM matter. So I think we probably need to take a break. All right. Thank you.
is tab G, miscellaneous mineral matters, and first is G1. This is a informational matter regarding uranium leasing in other states and in Wyoming, provided to the board for their information, but happy to answer any questions there might be.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review this. I thank you very much for providing it. I think it's definitely food for thought. There's a lot of things that are beginning to move in the nuclear industry. And I think it behooved us to have a chance to review what some of the other states are doing. I think it's all pretty much in flux. Mr. Booth, is there anything that you would like to sort of convey from your analysis that the board you think would benefit from? And then I'll ask the board if they have any questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll be brief. You know, really interesting exercise looking at what other states were doing. It's interesting to look at some of their royalty rates. And then I think what's helpful to the board is to just give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. In those conversations, what we had found is that many of those states haven't issued uranium leases in a number of years. And so while they do have those royalty rates, it's unclear to our agency right now how relevant those are, given how long it's been since they've actually issued some of their leases. So really, really good exercise to look into, you know, talking to some of the other states that have higher rates. They do have the capability of renegotiating some of their royalties, and they're renegotiating those right around the 3 to 4%. So our uranium royalties are at 4% right now. So not sure that it really gave us a taste of exactly whether we need a change in what we do, but really interesting to see what other states do. And I think what's clear across the board is that many of the states have gone away from over-the-counter uranium, and they're offering those competitively.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that we've kind of taken some time to step back on this and take a look. I mean, I think it's important to remember that similar to the oil and gas business, when we purchase up leases, it's very speculative. It's completely speculative. But those leases have to be purchased in order to begin geology. And so the ability for this company to be able to do that, they're taking on the risk, but they might also have the benefits from that. And so, you know, this is really just the first phase. And so I'm glad that we, you know, took it slowly, but I think, you know, we have to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Booth, two questions that I don't want to give you more homework, but Nebraska, and I don't believe you covered Nebraska. Nebraska also has some uranium leasing, and I wonder about Alberta. Just sort of get a sense if things are happening there. The prices come up. We finally are committed to having domestic production. We don't have all the infrastructure yet, so I think we're talking about being able to build that in the country. So I think this is a growing concern. And again, I just thank you for the great work that you have done here. Madam Director, I guess we take this as information. We did that before with lithium. That was a particularly helpful exercise as well to understand what the potential for some of those deposits were. I would note that Wyoming and New Mexico are generally considered to have the highest recoverable resources of uranium. So I think it's an important market for us.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And we will do follow up on Nebraska and Alberta.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is matter G2, and that is the uranium lease applications. As a reminder, these matters were tabled at the June and August meetings. So for consideration, we will need to take these from the table.
So members of the board, if you want to consider these, I would entertain a motion to take these from the table and put them before us.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to remove the items under board matter G2 from the table.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I believe that's all ayes. That motion carries. These put the matters before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, this matter has come before the board twice before. These are uranium lease proposals from Hydro Restoration Corp. And I believe there is a representative available today to answer any questions of the board.
That is good news. Thank you. If you'd like to address the board, please speak up.
Mr. Chairman, William Sheriff.
Mr. Sheriff, please, would you have the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Can you hear me?
We can, and just want to also say thank you again for being available.
Well, thank you for your patience and perseverance in this matter and conflicting schedules and whatnot. But I'm William Sheriff. I've got 40 years of experience in the uranium business, having had a number of public companies. First off, I can assure you we're not in the corner the market on projects and flip them. If their hydro restoration was set up as a subsidiary of Encore Energy. I'm executive chairman of Encore Energy. Encore's the leading ISR producer for the last few quarters in the U.S. out of Texas production. We also have a project in the Gas Hills of Wyoming, and had set up hydro restoration as an exploration arm of the production company. Since then, it's gone through various transitions in terms of ownerships, but its still emphasis is on exploration. Over half of these leases, or roughly half of these, are in the checkerboard, that is the railroad checkerboard of southern Wyoming. Joint ventures have not been signed, but have been discussed in terms of furthering this, which will add economic benefit to, or muscle, if you will, to exploration. And as it was pointed out by one of your council members earlier, this is a speculative into the business, and a lot of work has to be done to prove them up. Just to give you an idea of what Hydro has done in the last 2 years, we've spent over $10 million direct investment into drilling projects in the KC area, and are committed to the resources in Wyoming. And I certainly can't assure you that part of these leases won't be returned after we do exploration in a few years and find out that we don't see any continuing prospectivity. Nor can I assure you that one or two of them won't be leased out or transferred, or any number of them to an arm's length affiliate once we've found something and decide to move forward with it, or in creation of a joint venture with some other party that brings more muscle to the scene. But to give you an idea of, like I say, the 10 million is probably the strongest, I guess, voice for what we've spent in the state directly through Hydro in the last 2 years. We've also probably spent a couple of $1 million on the Gas Hills project, although it's slated for production. We've started the permitting process, but we're just at the very beginning portions of that. And as you may know, Gas Hills is longstanding one of the major districts in Wyoming. So we have a lot more information geologically on it. It's certainly not a beginning exploration area. But these state leases that were applied for are early stage exploration. And as such, a number of things will be done. If you'd like, I can outline what, just in a very general sense, the exploration plans for the areas.
Thank you very much. I think we have maybe a couple of members who would like to hear a little bit what your plans are.
Yeah, sure. I mean, initially, first thing to do, Wyoming has had a long history in uranium. It's now become a key national issue. First thing we'll do is compile and go through the existing data so that we don't spend money doing the same thing that's been done before. Now, obviously, we've taken a cursory look at the geology of the area in order to select these nominated parcels. But we do have proprietary access to the Union Carbide database, the U.S. Smelting database, Getty Oil database. All of these are privately owned, and we have access to them, and there's a great deal of information in those. Unfortunately, most of those are not computerized. They are old paper, truly data mining in its original sense. But there's also public information available, such as the Homestake collection that's in Laramie. So we'll spend a few months going in detailed data assessment and compilation. The next step would probably be airborne radiometric surveys. which are, of course, non-invasive. Also, we would have to contact any grazing allottees for these same parcels and arrange some sort of a disturbance bond, which we've done in the past in the KC area, to ensure the reclamation on state prior to drilling or any sort of invasive measures. After the airborne, obviously, we would do detailed geologic field mapping, which is more of a regional effort than homing in on specific target areas. And then once the targets have been selected, we would be doing drilling. Now, this is what I've just given you is probably about 2.5-year time frame, possibly as quickly as 2. But somewhere in that time frame, by the time you get your radiometric data in, process it, do your detailed field mapping, et cetera. And you may include some ground radiometrics to tighten up on your target area. And once you get to the drilling phase, it's the drill rig is the truth indicator, and you get the results of the drilling, and you've either got something or you don't, or you're close and need another phase or two, and you keep going. But the whole process to take this from a raw prospect to even the resource definition is probably a 3 to 4, maybe a 5-year process. And to take it to permitting for a mine is, you begin that after you've got the resource. But the key is that, it's industry professionals that have good track records and, plan to do an earnest, honest job at trying to develop resources on these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. And I would also mention for your benefit that the state invested in an aerial radiometric survey over the last couple of years. That data should be available to Wyoming Geological Survey for if you're not aware of it.
Yes, thank you. And also even back in the 70s, the NURI data, which was the nationwide survey, is a good starting point as well. And we've, of course, reviewed it. We have not reviewed the detailed data from Wyoming. And many of the radiometric surveys I speak of will be either at a tighter definition or a tighter grid spacing than the ones that have been done on a statewide and certainly a nationwide basis.
You bet. Questions? Mr. Treasurer, did you have a question?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe all my concerns and questions have been answered, and would move approval for the applications before us.
Okay, without objection, I would entertain a second.
Second.
It's been seconded, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. I really appreciate you being here.
I appreciate your efforts in entertaining me.
If there is no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you. Madam Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is Board Matter G5. This is consideration of the renewal for applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease. As a reminder, in June, there were 6 other permits up for renewal associated with this request. These are 2 other permit requests from Prism Logistics, lease number SG02003 and SG02004. Similar to the information provided to the board this summer is in the Board Matter 4-year review. One thing that I would note, in June, in discussion about permit renewals, it was brought to OSLI's attention that exploration activities may have violated standard stipulation 117. As to the 2 permits up for renewal today, that did not apply to these 2 permits. So there were no violations found on these 2 parcels. It is our understanding that Prism Logistics is working with the DEQ for their LMO. We did receive the landowner notification form, which you saw in your board packet, that notified our office of that. Additionally, Prism Logistics has applied for a temporary use permit for an access road associated with these 2 permit requests. Mr. Chairman, I believe we do have the project proponent present today to visit with the board.
Thank you. Are there questions for the staff first? And if there aren't, is Prism here or available? Thank you, Mr. True, for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm Kyle True with Prism Logistics. I appreciate your time today. I've asked Deb Roden, who's an attorney who's helping us navigate the particulars of this, to come and help explain our position to the board. So if I may, I'd like to introduce Deb Roden.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I am Deb Roden. I'm a partner with Woodhouse, Roden, Ames, and Brennan here in Cheyenne. And we have really three goals in my presentation for you today. The first goal is to present the legal framework within which you operate. Second is to highlight the safeguards and oversight that are already baked into the process through your director, Ms. Berry, and through the Department of Environmental Quality. And lastly, to point out the benefits and allay the concerns for this project. First, turning to the legal framework, I often start asking myself, why do we have laws? Why are there these rules out there? And Superintendent Degenfeld, you used the term a level playing field on a matter just before this board. And I agree that the laws are there, they're designed so that there's a level playing field, so that everybody knows what the expectations are, what the rules are, what the requirements are, and it provides certainty. So beginning with the laws applicable to this matter and to these permits, obviously this board was established by the Wyoming Constitution and also by the legislature. And the mandate in those two things tell this board that under the direction of the legislature, this board has control, direction, control, leasing, care, and disposal of all the state lands, subject to the limitations that are contained in the Constitution and subject to the limitations of the laws enacted by the legislature. So this board, as you know, has broad powers, but those powers are limited by those two things. So the legislature has certainly set forth laws regarding mineral leases, and we would specifically direct your attention to Wyoming Statute 36-6101. That is the statute that starts the section on mineral leasing. And the first few sections talk about specifically oil and gas issues. Subsection B gives the Office of State Lands the ability to create rules, which you have done. But particularly subsections M and N. So in that, which deals with mineral leases, the director, subject to criteria established by the board, may lease any state or state school lands for coal and other mineral leases for a primary term not exceeding 10 years. And then the second sentence is really important. Lessee shall have the exclusive right to renew the lease. If at the time application for renewal is filed, there are four options. If those four things, any of one of those four are met. It's our position that three of those have been met in this case, but I would remind you that this is written in the disjunctive. It's not an and, it's or this or that. So the first option is if minerals covered by the lease are actually being produced and the lessee is complying with the lease terms. The second way that the right for renewal is triggered is if the lessee is proceeding in good faith to develop the leased lands. And the statute defines that good faith as substantial expenditures or firm commitments for exploration, engineering, environmental or hydrological studies, research and development, which is required to develop the lease. And then subsection 4 also says if the lessee can demonstrate that the production of the mineral has been delayed by the necessity of obtaining licenses, permits, or other approvals from governmental authorities, and that the lessee has used reasonable diligence in an effort to obtain those licenses, permits, so forth. The legislative's directive as to an exclusive right to renewal is important. And this is found in oil and gas and mineral leases because those often require significant and major infrastructure costs up front to the industry. That right to renew provides assurances to the companies that if the company upholds its end of the bargain, if it follows its lease terms and diligently pursues it, then the state will too. Without these assurances, it's safe to assume that the industry would not expend the resources needed. For example, to put it in an everyday situation, if I were to buy a car and have a loan on that car and pay all the monthly payments on that car, but if at the end of that, the dealership wasn't required to actually give me ownership of the car, what would be my incentive to buy the car? there would be none. That's similar to this case. Those assurances allow the business to move forward in a wise and prudent manner. Next, I'd like to highlight the safeguards and oversight present in this matter. First of all, the director, your director, Ms. Berry, has recommended that you approve these lease renewals. This board has a vast array of items that come before it, and you have to rely on your director to gather all the information, to make sure that the application for renewal or extension complies with your rules, that the applicant has provided all the necessary information, all of those things. And so the staff does that for you and then reports back to you. They advise you of any concerns or any problems that come up, and they also have the ability to recommend lease terms. And in this case, there are 3 sort of specialized lease terms that are recommended. In this case, Director Berry and her staff have done their thorough review, and they recommend that the leases be renewed. And that recommendation needs to be given serious consideration. There's also regulatory oversight by the DEQ. The DEQ are subject matter experts. There are different divisions within the DEQ: water quality, land quality, air quality. The agencies and the individuals that work inside each division are subject matter experts. There's a reason that this board and others rely on those agencies, because they have so much expertise in each area. They are not a jack of all trades, they are specialists. It's the difference between me hurting my knee and looking online to see what it might be the cause, or going to my general practitioner to say, hey, what's going on with my knee, versus going to an orthopedic doctor. In this circumstance, DEQ is equivalent to the orthopedic surgeon. This board renewing the leases is not the last step in the process. It's generally the first step. PRISM still is required to obtain permits that have to go through the Department of Environmental Quality. In this case, PRISM has requested and been given a limited mining operation permit. There are 2 leases before this board, and they cover a total of 870 acres. But the LMO, the actual mining permit, is for a much smaller size. Treasurer Meyer, at the last meeting, when the other leases were before this board, you talked about how the actual area that is effective is really small compared to the total land we're talking about. And here, by DEQ regulations, the limited mining operation can be no bigger than 15 acres. And there's a total of 870 acres up for consideration with the 2 leases. So it's, again, a very small area of land compared to even the total lease land, and a very small area of land compared to the total state lands out there. We have heard from the opposition, and you have too, and we understand their points and their concerns, and they have raised potential hazards and problems, but we would like to remind this board that they are not specialists. They don't have specialized expertise. Many of the voiced concerns aren't realized problems. They are hypothetical. It is much more prudent for this board to rely on the expertise of the specialists, your director and her staff, and the DEQ. This board has a heavy burden. You're responsible to the citizens of the whole state, not just one county, not Natrona County necessarily in this instance, and you have to manage all the state lands. In addition to that, and what's unique about this board as compared to other states is, as you know, you're all elected officials. So in addition to juggling those competing interests and handling all the issues that come before you, you also have political pressure, which takes me back to my initial point about the law and why it matters. The law establishes the rules of the game, and everyone knows what to expect. In baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. Hit the ball over the fence, and everyone gets to run and score points. What PRISM is asking you to do is to follow the law as set out by the legislature and the rules established by this board. The rules PRISM knows it must follow in exchange for certainty as to its ongoing business. Mr. True will be happy to provide additional insights, and after which we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roden. Are there questions? Okay. I had two, just for additional clarification.
Sure.
You mentioned the permits, that DEQ would supply. And I think there is another step that both the superintendent and I have served on the Environmental Quality Council. It appears to me that there's also the provision to be able to contest those permits through the EQC. And that's
Correct.
just to fill out that picture.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the second thing is the question on the point about 15 acres versus the whole lease is the point you want to make that only 15 acres are going to be disturbed, or that only 15 acres at a time will be disturbed? And then what's the course of development? And maybe Mr. True can provide that in his conversation.
Thank you, Governor. The point would be only 15 acres at a time under the limiting mining permit. We don't know what the future holds, right? You do those exploratory, activities to make sure there is the product you're hoping will be there, and if it's worth pursuing. Mr. True could probably talk about next steps if that proves to be beneficial. But yes, you're correct. It's at present.
Okay, thank you. Mr. True.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. I think that was well framed. I appreciate Mrs. Roden coming and putting in front of us that we often wear different hats. In this small state, those who contribute are asked to serve and function in many ways. And I think there's a political realm and there's a regulatory realm. As a citizen, I love to call my politicians and complain about laws and suggest that new laws be written. As a businessman, I just follow those laws. So sometimes I'm wearing the hat of a citizen and I may complain about taxes. As a businessman, I pay those taxes and I ensure compliance with those laws. Today, I don't think that we're here as in a political sense. I think we're here only wearing the hat of regulatory. And as a businessman, I'm simply asking that the state follow through on commitments it's made and recognize that we have been pursuing development of these leases in good faith. We have spent money on these leases, testing, and as I said months ago, I'm happy to report that there is a substantial gravel reserve. I also think it's going to be very significant that there's riprap available, which is taxed at a higher level not taxed. The royalty on riprap is a higher dollar amount per ton because that riprap is more valuable, and the Casper community is going to benefit from that as well. So we have accomplished testing on these leases, and I'm happy to say that there is a substantial reserve. As we dug down, we found that it wasn't just a few rocks on the surface, but as you go into the subsurface, there will be a substantial reserve there. So we have moved forward and spent money compliant with the law. We are moving in an area that is well regulated through government, legislative laws being passed and rules being promulgated subject to those laws. And we function around this state well with DEQ oversight, and that DEQ oversight provides safeguards for our waters, for air quality, et cetera, et cetera. I happen to think that those are solid regulations and that the DEQ is competent at what they do. You may or may not know that your DEQ is an award-winning DEQ, and especially when it comes to remediation, we really know what we're doing. When you drive through certain basins, and it's funny that we just talked about uranium. Uranium's coming back. Used to be big in our state, then it's gone away for a bit. Now it's coming back. When you go through the Shirley Basin, the antelope congregate most on the reclaimed lands because the grass is better on the reclaimed lands than it is on the lands that were never disturbed by uranium leasing. I think the DEQ should take some credit for that. So should the uranium industry. In the gravel industry, we think that's very important, and we take remediation seriously. So without getting into each of these details of concerns that would be brought up, I will say that if you step out of the regulatory framework and you move into politics, what we're dealing with is a veritable tempest in a teapot. There are sincere passions by people that don't understand our industry and are bringing up things that simply are inapplicable here. They think that if we have these gravel pits in this specific area, that the fish in the North Platte will die. They think that we will destroy roads by running trucks at 20 miles an hour on roads. Gravel roads can be maintained. But without getting into each of these things, we've done that in the past. We slowed our application process, which I think hurt us in the renewal process, and I'm sorry for that, because when we heard significant concern in the community, we slowed down and had multiple town hall meetings to address those concerns and to listen to make sure we really understood what we were doing. And we did, and we want to move forward. We're enthusiastic about moving forward with this. This will be a net positive for the state. But this really isn't the venue, I don't think, in front of this board to vent those political issues. Those political issues are a tempest in a teapot that can be dealt with through the regulation appropriately. So again, the director has recommended renewal of these leases. I'd like to point out that this is not an initial letting of leases, which was approved by this board. This is a renewal of leases on which we've spent money, on which we have finally made application. We found that there is a reserve to go after, to develop for the state. It'll be beneficial for our city and for our area. And lastly, I'd like to admit that, or to mention, it is a fiduciary obligation of OSLI to raise money for our schools and state buildings. And we've demonstrated millions of dollars of revenue to come from this collection of leases. This smaller lease that remains, we did one test hole on this. It looks great. When you map it with the other leases, it's going to be substantial, but I'm going to withhold a specific number because it was, we only had one test point in this. So while there have been county commissioners who appointed themselves judge and jury of the political aspect of whether this should go forward, again, I submit to you, I hope today we function not in the political realm, which is inappropriate today, but that we follow regulatory realms where county commissioners really have no place in regulating state minerals, but instead we are following the well-regulated paths that the legislature has set out, working with a competent DEQ staff. And as such, we're asking for a renewal of these leases, not a new lease, which we think is reasonable and fair.
Thank you, Mr. True. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah. Just want a clarification on section 1 and 2. I know that, like 36 and 19 are school sections 1 and 2, unless they're designated, are they for the UW or who?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I actually heard your question and looked it up real quick. These were required through the Act of Admissions.
Those were required through the Act of Admission, and I think that provides for both school and for the top 4 institutions that we have around the state and including the university, or I'm not sure.
I believe the fund code on these is common school.
Common school. Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess this is so I can kind of understand where we're at on all these different things. So we've got the leases that one approved, but you're appealing that. I think, isn't that the course of a legal
That's
action?
correct. Based on what you heard Mrs. Roden say earlier, we are appealing that.
Yeah. Now, are these two lumped into all the other ones, or they're separate actions?
No, those would be separate. The others were issued in one timeframe. I want to say June 1st, and these were issued October 1st or 2nd. And so they are slightly separate, but I think we're dealing with substantially the same issues.
The last time we were in here, I had, I guess, a compromise that I thought was fairly substantial, where you had 3,000 and some acres. And I think I looked at it as the fastest you could get trucks across the road, and mine was about a 200-year window that you'd have actually access, unless roads changed and different things changed. But I'm just curious about if this was developed reasonably with the setbacks, I think at 300 feet from riparian areas. I don't know if there's a 300 feet setback from residential.
That's correct. Also. It is of any structure, not just residential, but even a barn. There's a 300-foot setback.
Yeah. Okay. What what do you think the time of development, if this was totally developed to its fullest extent in a reasonable manner?
That's difficult to say because we've done exploration on 140. We did not do exploration on some of the others.
Well, let's make an assumption that they're uniform.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption, but I'm moving into the realm of assumption. And I think for these two leases to be fully developed, you're probably talking, say, between 15 and 25 years.
Between 15 and 25.
Would be my guess. It'll take some time.
Yeah.
There's a substantial resource here. And, you want to develop it at a reasonable pace. Of course, we can't assume, you can't flood the market by running trucks 24/7. And, so that would be my guess.
Guess there. Okay, and I think the things that I heard the last time that I addressed in my amendment was that the school districts and they wanted to have the educational opportunity in all the riparian areas, so we took all of those out. And I think that was a big one. I had a little concern about, I thought it would be closer to 200 years on the whole 3,000 plus acres, and I thought that was a little, but now we're down to 15 or to 40 or 25 or somewhere in that range there. But I think we were down to about 20 to 40 in the first one. I think you make a logical explanation of what the statutes are, and I think that's before the court system, and we're sometimes we have to act as if we're in the court system, although we're not. I don't know if anybody's got a law degree here or not. I don't think so, but I was just looking at those different ways there of looking at this. I might have something else later, Mr. Chairman, but right now I think I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Questions? Questions? All right, thank you. I think please stay tuned. So we may have some other questions.
Will be available. Thank you very much.
And Director, I thought I saw Keenan here earlier. Is DEQ?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there's DEQ representatives present if there are questions for them.
Fantastic. Thank you. I think you're on.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm Carolyn Griffith and I live on Coates Road in Casper. We're nearing 20 months since a backhoe showed up on the state lands near Coates Road. Within 2 weeks, the Casper Mountain Preservation Alliance, made up of myself, Pat Sullivan, Michael Fernald, Jim Harvey, and Jamie Billick, was created to determine our path. We had significant input from thousands of citizens. Every bit of that input was valuable and helped us on a course to suggest a solution. You've heard and are familiar with why gravel mining isn't the best idea for the area. Our fragile water supply, compromising the safe use of Coates Road, and impacts on educational and recreational resources in close proximity to Casper. Just to name a few. Since the beginning, the public clearly wanted to have a voice. We circulated a petition and gathered about 20,000 signatures. We could easily have gotten more, but stopped collecting signatures over a year ago because we felt the point was made. We shifted toward creating a viable resolution to the gravel pit option. Today, you're deciding on whether to lease sections 1 and 2 for gravel mining or not. I'm assuming you reviewed the maps. The headwaters for Wolf Creek, Platte or Squaw Creek, and Fields Creek are all within sections 1 and 2, as are about 8 houses that are all carved into areas within those sections. The state decided several years ago, I don't even know when, and I haven't done that research, to take different spots randomly out of those two sections. So that is obviously going to limit what's available to mine, just because of proximity alone. I'm sorry, in a drought year, our wells are still running good, but are lower as a result. As a neighbor to other homes, we are careful in my household and considerate with the use of our water as a result of that drought situation. And we know that in certain times already, you know, people have had to just to keep enough water on their pumps and so forth, just to put water in on top of it. But, you know, good rain sometimes solves that. But I feel that the state would behave I believe that the state should behave similarly as a neighbor. The CMPA, which is Casper Mountain Preservation Alliance, has submitted a temporary use permit application to perform a study to proactively address monetization opportunities to utilize the designated state lands that are in question today and to develop and encourage recreational trails and such. We have provided you with data how this may also help to address Wyoming's outmigration of youth. Such activities will also produce direct revenues to the state, thus addressing the fiduciary responsibility portion. I also wanted to mention, and I'm not going to try to school you on what your duties are. You know what they are. You know in Rule 25, Section 3A, you can deny leases. You can deny these without reason. That's spelled out as well. So that's also in writing. As stewards of these lands, and also as a good neighbor, I trust that your decision on this matter reflects the values of a good neighbor and forward-thinking elected officials. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I understand that you're going to try to do a 2UP, a temporary use permit, and that's going to, I guess, help alleviate some of the fiduciary responsibilities I think that we're incurring by not letting these go forward. Correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We have submitted that application along with a monetary dispensation, if you will, for this coming year, to be able to put together how that could be monetized and possibly develop a model for the state.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think this has become politicized, and this necessarily isn't the right place to play politics. If I look at what I see as a record before us is that the county commissioners, after the leases were originally put forth, changed the rules or changed the law or made an ex post facto decision, and essentially, from my perspective, that's something that's unconstitutional, that they can't do that and change something that's already in place. And then I think there are some good points made the last time. And the political one, I think, is maybe something that you should consider that would probably be better than a TUP in other areas. And had the opportunity to stay in Casper the other day and look up across the valley at the mountain. And it struck me that the course of action that you probably should entertain is to let us run a regulatory aspect of it, but go to your politicians within your district and ask them to make that a state park. Because then you get through all of the stuff here that we've got here. You get a partner in the state that could implement your recreational programs and stuff. But from my perspective, I think my duty's clear is that I need to look and see what the law is, you know, what happened with the county commissioners, what the statute says, and what I know my fiduciary responsibility is, you know, to the members that I think have already vocalized. But if we're going to stay in a regulatory aspect, which I think is reasonable, I think there's some mitigation that we could make, and that's what I tried to do the last time. Is essentially give everything, address every concern that you guys had, you know? But I think if you leave it in this venue and don't actually put it in a political venue that's totally politics, which is the legislature, then you're probably not going to get the best outcome. But I'd like you to consider, you know, that political remedy rather than trying to make this board a political, you know, aspect of what the issues before us today. But I thank you for all of the input that you've given us. And I certainly believe that these things could be, gravel pits could be put in there and done so in a manner that would not deleteriously affect the things that are really important to you. But on the other aspect, I think that if you looked at a state park, I think that would be your best option to get what I think you want to see in the long term.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there, was there a question in there? Okay, thanks. Are there questions? There are none. I thank you very much for the diligence and everything else that you've put into this, and I applaud the effort to kind of consider what a potential recreational opportunity might be, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'll be speaking as well.
and just identify yourself. I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Marcy Bramlett with the law firm of Robinson Bramlett in Casper, Wyoming. I just want to again thank the entire board for the opportunity given to the Alliance to have this discussion with you. Not once, but many times. And I will endeavor to not recover old ground. I'll just incorporate our previous comments, particularly those from the June meeting and those of this board, because I do agree with Mr. True that many of the issues are the same. And with that incorporation, we just want to reiterate the most important reasons that the Alliance does oppose the renewal of these leases. I will not go back over notice. I think that's been well covered. But we do stand by the proposition that notice does not meet constitutional standards for surrounding landowners of state parcels when projects like this are being considered, projects which will drastically impact surrounding and adjacent landowners. More importantly, and issues that have arisen more prominently since our meeting in June, is that access to these parcels has become a major concern. Additionally, renewing these leases would contradict county zoning for these lands and the county road use restrictions which are now in place. What that means as a practical matter is that the state trust beneficiaries would never realize the promised benefit from these leases. Just to orientate us to place and time, some of that's been done. Of course, this body has considered 8 PRISM leases. The first 6 there on your screen were covered in our June meeting. The 2 highlighted there in pink below are those that we are speaking about today. To give you a visual representation of what we're talking about, this, of course, in the yellow box are the leases that were denied by this board in June. We're considering the 2 southernmost parcels and leases today surrounded in that bright pink box. 2 is parcel 2 and 1 is parcel 1. And what you see there is what Ms. Griffith talked about, which is that these are not the clear block sections that 36 looks like on your screen. Various portions of these sections have been sold off, making these 2 portions particularly incompatible with potential gravel pit development. Shown differently, this map was, of course, in your state packets for this meeting, highlighting the potential leased lands in this area at the west end of Casper Mountain. What you'll see there is the top of development in the southern end of that picture. So the mountain is south, directly south of where the parcels we're talking about today are. This is a map that was given to the board quite some time ago What I think is important about it is it does show the water. This, of course, has been a major concern for the Alliance throughout. The circled area there towards the bottom of your screen, the bright pink circle, sections 1 and 2. What'll be important to our discussion today is I went ahead and marked section 36. That's the school section. There's a dark orange road that travels down the middle of the screen. That's Coates Road. That's what we'll be talking about. And what you'll see on my next screen there is that Coates Road, the public portion of it, terminates at the border of section 2, that black line. And the green circle there represents the proposed approximate area of the current LMO filed by PRISM. The orange straight line there traversing directly across that orange circle is an existing power line that would obviously be impacted by the proposed pit. This is the photo that was included in PRISM's LMO. That odd shaped yellow kind of shape there is the proposed area of the pit. Coates Road, I've drawn a green line along it to kind of highlight the actual line on your map is like a roughly white line traveling down Coates Road. The red circle is where the public portion of that road ends. And that small blue line would be the easement or TUP, potentially that would have to be granted by the state across the parcel for which it already denied the lease to PRISM for PRISM to even access the pit that's currently proposed. And so just to remind this body, currently in Natrona County, these 2 sections are currently zoned Mountain Residential 1. What that means is that there is no conditional use permit available for any extractive industry. This makes the proposed stated purpose of this lease practically impossible. Further, Coates Road is the only way ever identified by anyone involved in this case to transport gravel out of these sections or any of the previous sections. As of August 5th, 25, heavy vehicles are prohibited on Coates Road. And it wasn't just Coates Road. It was actually 25 other residential primary roads in Natrona County, in the county areas. This makes OSLI's recommendation that the leases be renewed somewhat confusing. Gravel extraction as a starting premise is not permitted on these lands. And further, the road use regulations would make it impossible to remove that gravel once extracted. This makes the applicable law pretty relevant here. First of all, under Wyoming statutes highlighted in blue there, counties can absolutely regulate land use. Gravel is not a mineral exempt from a county's ability to zone. I'll briefly touch on something discussed by PRISM here in front of you today, identifying a portion of Wyoming statutes saying that PRISM has a preferential right to renew. I'll note for this board that that's for minerals. Gravels are not a mineral. The general leasing statutes apply and no preferential right to renew exists. And the fact that PRISM argues that it meets any of those potential reasons for its preferential right to renew are immaterial to this discussion. In the green box there, under Wyoming statutes, all county roads are under the supervision, management, and control of the county commissioners. They obviously acted within their authority when they changed a road restriction on Coates Road and others like it to protect public safety. And further, and I think most important today, we've heard talk about letting the regulations do their thing, and that's important. But statutes and the Constitution obviously stand above regulations. This board is statutorily mandated when leasing state lands to require compliance with local land use, including zoning laws. And the board can absolutely terminate by statute, at least for any good cause shown. And it is my opinion that a change in statute or local regulation, which would make the performance of the leases practically impossible, absolutely meets the definition of good cause. In the area of law, PRISM also suggested here today that the state must follow through with its commitments, and I would argue that it has. The state gave PRISM a 2-year lease on this property. That has been fulfilled. It has been fulfilled as of yesterday. It refused to terminate those leases despite what has been characterized as political pleas from many. And so without a preferential right to know, and the board being given new information, which it must consider as a fiduciary, it certainly fulfilled its commitments. I will also comment that the Alliance has certainly presented extraordinary special information to this body, talking about the risks and potential rewards of gravel mining in this area, including a letter from Mr. Jason Knope that was delivered to the board just towards the end of September, talking about the risks of surface disturbance in this area, which include not only water depletion, but potential poisoning. These are, of course, extraordinarily important concerns. And finally, in the area of the law, the general duty of this board, as you know, is a fiduciary one. And while yes, the board must abide by its contractual commitments, its greatest duty is to the state trust beneficiaries, not the lessees. And as a fiduciary in that realm, I believe that this board should do not just what it can, but rather what it should. And so in sum, and I was determined to be brief today after our last meeting. I know I took up far too much of this board's time. The leases, if renewed, could never operate as stated and provide the state trust beneficiaries with any revenue. This obviously thwarts the purpose of the leases, and it runs counter to this board's constitutional mandate as a fiduciary. One of the things mentioned by members of this board were the Casper market concerns, which haven't changed. And I think those ought to be considered and incorporated in the board's decision today. Further, PRISM has not taken substantial steps towards developing these leases and providing the trust beneficiaries with any revenue. They have very recently filed the LMO for Section 2 after 2 years of nearly inactivity. That wasn't even received by DEQ until September 5th, as noted in the director's packet for the board today. There still is no application we're aware of for the required air quality or other stormwater permits that would be required part and parcel with that LMO. There's nothing on deck for Section 1. These are only for Section 2. And so it's the position of the Alliance that absent these substantial steps, the state trust beneficiaries have realized and would realize no benefit to these leases being renewed. Contrast, of course, what's been briefly discussed here today, a TUP application submitted by the Alliance for a comprehensive trail and recreational use viability study. Secretary Meyer, you commented on the possibility of a state park. One of the purposes of that study would be to evaluate users, consult stakeholders, to evaluate that potential option among many for turning this property into something that benefits the beneficiaries, not just financially, but educationally, recreationally. And as the Alliance put forth in a presentation about 2 weeks ago, would greatly benefit Wyoming and Casper's ability to stop the outward migration of our youth, basically making our communities more attractive places to live for people so that they stay, build their careers, have families, and make Wyoming better. On the financial front, it's very interesting. The TUP offered by the Alliance has offered a $15,000 one-year payment to use these lands to conduct these studies. I'll note that the annual leases given to PRISM in the last 2 years charge $1 an acre annually. And so those lease payments have been incredibly meager. And while PRISM has characterized our concerns about these lands as being speculative, we again have never heard any hard numbers about the potential benefit to trust beneficiaries that could be received from this mining, or excuse me, you're okay. And this is obviously magnified with the county regulations, which would now completely impede the ability of PRISM to conduct any gravel operations on these lands. And so with that, the Alliance, both myself and Mrs. Griffith, would stand for any of the commission's comments or questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bramlett. I thought that was you, but it was online too, so I was confused. Madam Auditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, did you say that Coates Road becomes private once it hits section 2?
Yes, the public portion of that road terminates. It's gated off.
Follow up, please?
please.
How do those landowners then access? Do they have an easement on the state land?
Yes. So the landowner is actually here today. If you had questions for him, and I can go back to that map. Yeah, that the termination there. So Coates Road is both paved and gravel. The front end the north end is paved. It turns to gravel and it terminates right at that corner. And so I believe the PRISM plan would be to cut a road across the state section that there isn't anything there right now and dip from the north side down into section 1.
As a point of reference, Ms. Bramlett, is that the same terminus that those of us that visited stopped at?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Mr.
Of all the regulations that you put up there, how many of those were put in before the original lease and how many were put in after?
Thank you, Mr. State Treasurer. So
Thanks for State Treasurer, not Secretary this time.
Mr. State Treasurer. Thank you for the question. The county regulation pertaining to, or I shouldn't say regulation. The general rule for MR1 is that extractive industries were not allowed. Previous, and I believe it was the fall of 2004, the commission passed, basically removed the availability of a conditional use permit for MR1. So that was just I would call it a change to county zoning, not the implementation of a new regulation. But that did happen after the award of the leases. In my last presentation, which is available to the board, I went through the law. There's a specific Wyoming case regarding whether or not a person with a lease in the position like PRISM gets grandfathered in to a previous regulation, and they don't meet any of the requirements to be grandfathered in because in broad strokes, they didn't have any operating. They weren't operating. They weren't extracting gravel. That case law is pretty clear. And but the road use is kind of stands alone because counties have such a broad statutory authority to specifically for public safety, which if you read the resolution passed by the Natrona County Commissioners in August pertaining to the road use, it was particularly in the vein of public safety. Their discretion is broad and their statutory authority is fairly absolute.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think they can put in a toll road, but outside of that, that's probably fairly broad. So are you considering that they could actually do a weight prohibition, anything over 10,000 pounds or something like that?
So this is precisely what Natrona County Commissioners did. They put in a prohibition on heavy traffic on Coates Road and 25 other Natrona County roads for trucks exceeding, I believe it was 26,000 gross vehicle weight rating.
Does that bother you? The county commissioners have that much power in this circumstance and all circumstances?
Well,
it kind of bothers me a little bit because if I'm a property owner and I want to get a pot full of cattle, up that hill or take it out, then I can't do that, or even a big horse trailer.
Thank you for the question. This particular resolution doesn't bother me. If you read it, it's actually quite thoughtful in, it provides essentially a permit exception for people who are residents of the road or need to do one-time types of, it's a practical prohibition on heavy traffic relating to industrial or commercial purposes in areas that are purely residential in nature. The actual resolution passed is interesting reading, and I'd be happy to share it.
Well, this is a frustrating place to be in this situation, because it is purely political from my perspective. It really is, because of the actions that the county commissioners have taken, and I would hope that you actually put it in the political vein and leave us poor old board members alone once in a while. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other questions? If there are none, I would have a question for DEQ if DEQ was here. And then I also have another question for Mr. Peters. Thank you both, and stay tuned.
Again, to all the commissioners, we are incredibly grateful. Thank you.
And I think Mr. North wants to speak to this too, but Mr. North, before you do, I just had a question for DEQ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Brandy O'Brien. I am the administrator for the Land Quality Division within the DEQ.
Thank you, Brandy. And I just, I guess I'm going to ask for a kind of an overview on the permitting process, what steps need to be taken, and then what potential remedies might be available. And I'm saying remedies for maybe both sides, just so we have a full understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specifically for the Land Quality Division, for these limited mining operations that are 15 acres or less, we receive a notification from the operator. And that notification has to include certain information. All of that is contained in our non-coal Chapter 10. I can go through those if that would be of benefit, but all of those conditions, all those things need to be included in that notification. And a bond needs to be in place for reclamation. And once that information is received, this is not a permit, it's a notification. So what the Land Quality Division does is acknowledge that the notification is complete and that the bond is in place, and then the operator can proceed. That's just from the Land Quality Division. The operator then also has to receive an air quality permit with the Air Quality Division, and then also a water quality permit. They need to apply for a mineral mining stormwater general permit that's through the WIPDES program, which is the Wyoming Pollution Discharge Elimination System program. One thing I'd like to note, I think there might have been some misunderstanding with the limited mining operation because it is not an approval, because it's a notification. I don't believe that can be contested with the Environmental Quality Council. Just for the land quality side, I can't speak to whether or not that's contestable to the EQC for the air quality. I believe since it's a permit, it would be, and also for the water quality portion as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. Last question is, there is a lot of testimony about the various drainages. And I'm curious if there are characterizations of what's ephemeral, what constitutes the way you analyze water on those drainages.
Mr. Chairman, I believe our water quality division folks will be better suited to speak to that.
But I know Keenan's here, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Not yet.
Got to be read. Got to be read. All right, Mr. Chairman, Keenan Hendon, Water Wastewater Section DEQ. With regards to the ephemeral arteries, drainages, things of that nature, that would be reviewed by the WIPD section when a permit application comes across our desk. With regards to this facility, our water quality division hasn't seen a permit with regards to the facility, but we would be reviewing those with regards to the drainages, how that impacts the surrounding area. We could also evaluate groundwater monitoring situation, monitoring wells as well. So it's depends on the situation, depends on the impacts, depends on a number of site-specific things to consider when it comes to issuing those permits.
So would it be reasonable to suggest that piezometers might be placed to kind of have an idea of what's happening to groundwater quality, and if there are implications that start to show up in those piezometers, that there can be either remedies or cease and desist kinds of?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So we could either have piezometers, we could also have groundwater monitoring wells with regards to how the drainages are impacted, how the water flows within that area, and should there be impacts to the surrounding community.
Thank you.
Those could also be tested for various constituents as well.
Okay, thanks very much. Sure. Mr. Peters, a quick question, and then I'll go to Commissioner North. Thank you both. If any questions, any other questions? No, thanks. Mr. Peters, one of the things that's been brought up over the last year or so has been, and it brought up here this afternoon or this morning still. Yeah, we're good. This morning still by the treasurer was the idea that this could be converted to a state park. There are questions about costs and so on. I'm not going to ask you to opine on those. But the question I have, if there is a permit in place and it is converted to a park, what are the permit holders, leaseholders, what are the ramifications?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question that I haven't had the occasion to think about. And I'm not sure, I'm certain that scenario may have occurred in the past. But I think I might have to take a look into that a little bit further to be able to provide you with some information at sort of what that process would look like. Certainly, if we look at what happens when the board were to exchange or dispose of land that's subject to a lease, generally those disposals or exchanges, the lease carries with that when the land transfers. Again, I hesitate to get, I have some off the cuff thoughts, but I'm not certain, and I hesitate to give you an answer without fully exploring the nuances of if the land were to become a state park, what would happen to those leases. But I'm certainly happy to follow up and provide that information.
Thank you. Last question I had, and it's a point of confusion for me. It was always my understanding the testimony that Ms. Bramlett gave was correct, that in Wyoming law, gravel is not considered strictly a mineral, but it appears to me that someplace that it is and someplace that it isn't. Can you provide some perspective to that?
Mr. Chairman, sure. In the context of planning and zoning laws, the Wyoming Supreme Court has had occasion to consider whether that is encompassed within the mineral exclusion for county's authority to enact zoning regulations, and determine that generally it is not considered to be a mineral for those purposes, so that the counties do have authority to promulgate zoning regulations related to that. There are some additional nuances related to the transfer of sand and gravel for purposes of whether it's included in a mineral reservation for conveyance of property, perhaps a deed restriction that would contain a mineral reservation. And that does sort of look at the specific character of the sand and gravel or the mineral, and determining whether it's included or not. That's a little bit of a separate line of cases. There are some instances in Wyoming law where sand and gravel, or gravel particularly, is considered to be a mineral. I think the first one that jumps out in my mind, I believe, is in the Environmental Quality Act. And the Supreme Court, in considering the planning and zoning requirement, did acknowledge that. And so I don't know that there is definitively an answer about whether it is considered a mineral, whether it is considered part of the surface. The Supreme Court has looked at it in the times that it has occasion to review that question in the specific context. And we do have some pretty clear law as it relates to planning and zoning.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify a little bit more, so when we're talking about planning and zoning, it is not referred to as a mineral, but in leasing, the chapter on leasing, is that, you're saying that's also unclear?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, the Board of Land Commissioners has historically leased sand and gravel under its mineral leasing authority. So the board has determined to lease that as it does with other minerals.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Peters, in your opinion, are there any differences compared to June in terms of where PRISM is at in moving forward with attaining the necessary licenses and permits?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, given the pending litigation on this, I think if or to find more on the particular facts compared to the previous facts, I think that might be appropriate in executive session.
Yeah, I'd like to at some point, I think we need to go into executive session on that question.
Okay. You want to take some more testimony first?
Whichever you think, you're the chairman.
For the board?
I think probably testimony.
Yeah, I think testimony probably makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Peters. Commissioner North, thank you for your patience.
See if I can turn this thing on. Thank you for the time this morning. I appreciate your consideration on this. And there's been some questions that have been brought up, and hopefully I can answer those for you. Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I will address that to start with. There were no permit requests before the county commissioners when the text amendment was changed. Just because the state had issued a permit didn't mean that there was anything in front of the county commissioners at that time. So we didn't take anything that was already grandfathered in. If there had been a conditional permit request, then that would have changed the complexion of it. There wasn't one. There was a text amendment that was not brought forth by the commissioners or even our zoning, but actually from a citizen. They followed all the statutes that were required. We went through all the hearing processes and everything else before that change came into place. During our last revision of our zoning in 2022, there was no conditional use permit allowed for mining in MR1. And somehow, and we're finding all kinds of problems that have been addressed that we're currently trying to work on as far as getting some of those zoning issues resolved. That just happened to be one that came to the forefront right off the bat. So it's not something that we preemptively did as a retribution or anything like that. It was something that was brought before us from the citizens, and that was changed that way. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, just in general, was the changes in any of the, I guess, whether it's zoning or regulations or whatever, were any of those essentially in response to the state issuing the gravel leases on Casper Mountain?
they were in response to what a citizen request was.
Okay, so it was the changes in your regulations were in response to a standing lease on Casper Mountain?
Well, they were brought to our attention because previously those were exempt. Like I said, there's a lot of, sometimes out of bad things, you have good results. And you made a comment earlier about political and statutes. I don't know of very many of our statutes that haven't been derived because of political concerns.
Neither do I.
And matter of fact, I don't know of any, to tell you the truth. So there's things that come up, from time to time.
Right.
We do our speed limits according to safety concerns and different things. Everything that we do, we look at. And it's all related to a political venue. Now, whether that political venue is for the safety of the citizens of the state or the county, zoning, same thing. Our zoning is done to protect the integrity of our county. And that's really what it comes down to. And when we change something or we put it back to where it was, and that's basically all that did, it was just reverting it back to what it was a few months earlier. So there wasn't.
Changing the guard at the county commissioner level and change back to the way it was.
Well, it was a little bit more complicated than that. So it, like I said, that was brought up from the citizens. That text amendment was requested from the citizens. It was not done by the county itself. It was brought by the citizens in that area, and they followed all the statutory requirements to get that done. So.
Okay.
Thanks. Go ahead. Anyway, there's been a lot of different testimony and a lot of different things. I will say that when you start talking about environmental concerns and what's going to happen with the water, what's going to, Mr. True said that it was, there were statements about the fish are going to die in the Platte River. I don't believe that's the case. That's not what the concerns were that I'm familiar with. I have heard things like that, but each one of you have heard things over the years. And there's certain things that you just say, okay, you listen to it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's something that you put into your decision-making process. And water concerns are a true concern up there in that area. It's a very shallow alluvial area. And when you start disturbing it, and that's going to affect that. There are professionals, engineers that actually have presented things that talk about that. And so it's not just the surface water that you have to worry about. It's the disturbance. And this goes back to the state engineer's office. Where do you have to draw that preference? If you have a well before and somebody goes in there and disturbs it and you suddenly have no water, how do you get that water back? Those are concerns that we have brought up, that have been brought up before us. And I think those are genuine concerns. The traffic concerns, the county did implement a heavy weight restriction, but it wasn't just on a single road. We looked at several roads, and they were all residential areas that are dead-end roads that basically aren't suitable for heavy construction or industrial use. And there are exemptions in there. You brought up livestock. That's one of the exemptions that we have in there to make sure that we aren't affecting the ranchers, that we aren't affecting some of that operation. Construction's another one. If you're going in and you're building a home or something like that, you can take in concrete trucks. You can bring in the equipment that you need for that limited project, but they're very limited. And it's not just one area. It's not just Coach Road. It's, like I said, they're all over the county, literally all over the county, and every one of them are basically in residential areas. But I do hope that you will take these into consideration. I do believe that these permits need to be denied. I do believe that there's options that can be explored. We've already heard of one. As far as utilizing that state land for recreational use, I know there's a strong movement for that in Trumbull County, and I know there's also a bill that's currently being proposed to help give local governments a little bit more control over some of this. And I hope that you will support that. And I've been working with Senator Landon and the governor's office as well on that to make sure that we're taking care of that. I don't want control over all state land. I will tell you that right now. The county does not need control over all state land. We don't want it. But there are certain areas that are close proximity or need to be preserved for different reasons. And this particular area is one of those. There's other areas that Prism can get granite. I know that's one of the things that he's requested in the past. I can think of one location that is on state land that has granite on it that's easily accessible. And I know that for a fact because the county has actually mined just down the road from that and utilized that. So there are other locations. Yeah, they're a little bit further from town, but they'll have a whole lot less disturbance. So with that, I will be happy to accept any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Questions?
I think you answered it because you brought that up before, that there were some areas there. And I just want to say is, do you see anything foreseeable in any of these alternative gravel or mining areas that would rise to a consideration where you would put some prohibitions in the ability of the Prism or any other gravel miner to proceed?
No, I don't. These are outside. They're not close to the proximity, of the city limits, or not in high use areas where you have very sensitive environmental conditions.
Residential areas.
They're away from residential, but they have good access. And so there are some other locations that can be approached that way. And like I said, I can think of one of them right off the top of my head that has really good access off a county road that has granite and granite boulders and stuff like that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Commissioner North. Any other questions? Okay. All right.
Thank you for your time.
There may be some more testimony. We can entertain some of that if there is anyone. Okay. Please come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Let me get this all situated. My name is Kelly Little. I'm with the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. I'm here today to speak in support of renewal of these leases. We support responsible development of Wyoming state trust land for the benefit of Wyoming citizens and believe that when all legal and regulatory steps are followed, that responsible development can occur. In the construction industry, the acquisition and development of affordable and accessible sources for aggregates is of great importance. 38,000 tons of aggregates are required for 1 mile of highway. Nationally, bridges require more than 3.8 million tons of aggregates annually, and roads and highways require the use of over 1 billion tons each year for construction and maintenance. Aggregates are the lifeblood of the construction industry. Very few deposits of gravel, rock, and sand are suitable for making crushed stone are geologically available in some regions, including the Wyoming Basin, High Plains, and Northern Plains. This scarcity creates an urgent need to have all potential opportunities for aggregates open for possible development. Denying leases on state trust lands for these purposes will have long-lasting effect of setting a precedent that potentially limits these developments statewide and prevents these opportunities in the future. This could have negative impacts on the construction industry. Currently, Casper area contractors have few options for obtaining aggregates. Transporting from sources further away from the Casper area, as far as over 100 miles away, results in more than triple the price than sources within a 50-mile radius of the city. As responsible stewards of taxpayer money, government needs to balance the concerns of local citizens with the feasibility and practicality of having these necessary extraction operations closer to the areas where the aggregate will be utilized. We urge this board to renew the leases. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer?
Is there still that, I guess, a requirement by DOT to have, if you're doing crushed rock, it's got to be at least a 3/4 inch rock or an inch rock or something? Because, I mean, you got gravel like pea gravel and stuff, but you guys don't really use much of that in your industry building highways, is what my understanding is.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the specific spec of WYDOT's requirements, but I do know that they have very stringent standards on the type of rock and aggregate that can be used in the building of state highways and maintenance thereof. So yeah, I think it's important that these operations, particularly when it comes to state-funded projects and federally funded projects, that those operations are as close to possible as to where the project's going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Ms. Little. All right, I don't see anybody really coming up. Mr. Bump, I don't see anybody really online. Oh, here, come on up. Come on up. You need to, if it turns red, it's the guy that looks like he's sneezing.
Okay, I think got it.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning to you all. I'm Maria Catherman, and I was born and raised in Casper and spent most of my career there. And when I was here a very short time ago about this, I talked to you about the use of these sections by the schools in Casper and about the lack of the words money when they say support in both regulations and statute. And so I'm not going to repeat that, but I do want to give you an update because the school semester has started. And I've had some spies up in the residential area watching for school groups, and I myself have been in on some of them. And so just this last September, there were 5 different public school uses of these state lands. And in 3 of those cases, they dropped the students up exactly at the end of the road where you have seen there. Took the bus back, parked at the area down a little bit to the north where there's parking, which I think is probably where you were. But at that end of the road, that's where they dropped the students. And why? Well, the teachers all felt like this is where you can see the transition from mountain to the plains. And so you're in that transition zone that's more rich. On the groups that I led, we did roughly the same. But I want to tell you that this was college students, is a college class. And there were 3 students, 2 in one group and 1 in the other, that had never seen an antelope except from a car. So I just want to let you know that those are students that live in Casper. They were so excited because the antelope just, antelope are there. They're going to give you a chance to not look at them. And if you do, then they may just turn around and walk. But they stayed there for all the students to see. And at the time, I thought, oh, my goodness, this is just what I talked about to the land board, because we were able to take these students up there during a normal lab period. No special requirements are needed. Buses could stop there. Students were up there. This is supporting our Casper schools. In this case, it was college, but the other ones reported by friends in the neighborhood were grade schools, were junior highs. So these lands are right now supporting the schools, and the plan for recreation use or the plan for a state park, that will continue. And it is very, very compatible with all the uses that I talked about educationally. A gravel pit is not compatible with any of those uses. So that's it for today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Are you coming to approach?
Is this still on?
It sure is. If the red light's there, you're
I'm
good.
Greg Werger. Live at 7,000 Coates Road, Casper, Wyoming. And I've sat back and listened to a lot of testimony, and I see my SE brother at the very end of the board make light of the fact of the zoning regs. And I'm real upset about that, because zoning regs prevented extractive mining up until December of 2022 in Natrona County. And then mysteriously, of which 3 commissioners are still on the board, couldn't figure out how it was allowed. The citizens spent $300,000 on that resolution to change the zoning, but nobody could figure out how mysteriously extractive mining was put in with the conditional use permit in December of 2022. So when we said we changed, and I'm the citizen that brought the text amendment and was successful doing it, 18 months later after that was put in. So we reverted our zoning regs from not allowing extractive mining to allowing, back to not allowing. So it wasn't well, maybe it was a political game that was played. Treasurer Meyer, maybe it was. The other thing I want to bring out, the fact that there was a very prominent Wyoming citizen that once said, a good deal is not a good deal unless it's good for both parties. Think about that. That was a Wyomingite that said that. This is not a good deal. This is not a good deal. And that man that said that is the applicant's grandfather, Dave True. Mr. Dave True said that. And I believe if Dave True was alive today, this issue wouldn't be an issue. He would see the resistance and would have walked away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mr.
By Alpha, right?
By Alpha.
Okay, yeah, and I don't think I really made light of it. What I really is trying to do is ascertain what the actual law was, you know, and I think that we got that from our county commissioners and how that went forward. And you know, reaching back to that thing that you just said, a good deal isn't a good deal unless it's good for everyone. You know, that's what I tried to do the last time, because there's, you know, 3,000 and some acres, and that was going to be 200 years of gravel access, you know, and I thought that wasn't something that I thought was what we should be doing. So I cut it back to 20 to 40. You know, the school teacher was up there. She was just here, and she said that, you know, we need access there. So I took all of the riparian areas out of it there. You know, so what I tried to do is try to make it a deal that both parties could live with. And frankly, I think that was a better deal than letting these go forward, because I'm seeing the riparian areas there that are in these two areas. I'm seeing, I think your house is right in the corner of one of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but I do recall, I think when I was up there visiting you on that somebody, I don't know whether it was before you bought the house or what, but somebody had tried mining gravel right in the bottom of that little riparian area and gave up the ghost on it. I don't know why, but you know, that was.
I know why, and I can tell you, because of public resistance. That's why he quit.
Yeah.
It was the prior owner of my property.
Uh-huh.
And he got so much public resistance because this is the face of Casper Mountain. You see this when you fly in, when you drive in, when you walk in, whatever you want to do. You see this area. This is the crown jewel of Casper, Wyoming. We don't want to be at Butte, Montana. We want to be Casper, Wyoming, with Casper's Mountain behind
And I
us.
understand that, and that's why I was up at the WCDA meeting at the Hilton Garden Inn. And out my window, I could see your Casper Mountain there. And there was a little bit of moisture on it and kind of darkened up. And it did look, you know, pretty nice. That's why I said that what you guys need to look at is really making it a state park from that standpoint. But we get into these situations here on this board is that there's so many times when we're abusing people's private property rights, or we're having problems with our fiduciary aspects. And so it's not always black and white, but what I use as an analogy is that these situations are like two sides of the same coin. But you know, the law might be on this side, but on the other side of it, you got to see what that law impacts and how it impacts them, and try to make sure that you could get something that will work for everybody. And I think we're getting close to it. I'd really like to know about how many miles that gravel pit that the county commissioner was talking about. Is it 10 miles or is it 50 miles out of town? Like probably somewhere in between. But you know, I think there's a way that we can actually get to the point where everybody gets what they're looking for without having a situation where we go about our days and our nights thinking about, well, that didn't work for me, and that's all that's important.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And we talked about fiduciary responsibility. Out of a $25 to $30 a ton gravel delivered retail price, the state gets 60 cents. I would, if I was the treasurer, I think I'd be trying to change that.
You know,
More than putting a gravel pit on the side of Casper Mountain where everybody could see it.
Well, I think you can talk to the state land people here, and I'm always talking about, are we getting enough for what we're
Well, a
giving?
private landowner gets a
Well,
lot more. Let's just
Yeah.
leave it at that.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
for your
Thank you.
indulgence.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Anyone else? All right, I'm gonna recommend, it's about, what, 5 minutes or so till noon. Mr. Secretary, if you think it's appropriate to, and the other members of the board too, to go into executive session, I'm gonna recommend we do that through lunch, and then come back right afterwards. Does that make sense?
Well, just to be clear, I just have a question, and it was the AG that thought we should move to executive session, AG's rep, and that's fine. What do you mean? You mean we're gonna take a lunch and then go into executive session?
No, I was thinking we'd work through lunch,
Okay.
is what I was thinking. So what, Madam Superintendent,
Mr. Chairman, my preference would be that we just keep moving.
okay. All right. If that's the case, then I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of answering the secretary's question. Actually, it would be for taking legal advice, right? Thank you. That's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by superintendent. We will do that. I think we have an adjoining room. Can we?
Mr.
could-
Chairman, room 5 has been reserved.
Okay,
It's out
very
in
good.
the hall.
So, all in favor of going into executive session for the purpose of taking legal advice, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We are going to go into executive session. We'll reconvene here when we reconvene, but hopefully that is quick. Sorry to take the time, my friends. It's great to have you here. Thank you. lunch, so, or hopefully not, at least the lunch hour, let me put it that way. Hopefully they've been able to eat something. So and I'll note that the treasurer is not here. Maybe if we can reconvene a little bit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can convene and have exited executive session and can now resume consideration of matter G5.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we deny the leases in board matter G5.
Second.
It's been moved by the secretary and seconded by the auditor, or sorry, not the auditor, the superintendent. Is there any discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've talked a lot in the June meeting about how PRISM is not able to attain the necessary authorizations. And from a fiduciary perspective, this isn't going to meet that obligation. They're not going to be able to attain the necessary authorizations. And again, this is just wrong. I mean, it's just wrong. And I think that I'll be voting no. I mean, I'll be voting aye on the motion, which is to deny. So I'll be voting against the leases.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Secretary. Further discussion? Further discussion? Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I know that there is a motion before the board. There was a request from PRISM to have sort of a response to the comments that were given earlier, if the board would like to entertain that.
I'll leave that to the pleasure of the board. And board members, do you want to hear from PRISM? I mean, I'm just trying to stay in order. We have a motion before us. We can suspend that and allow PRISM to be able to come forward. I'm trying to maintain an order on this so that we.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. However, I think in many cases, we often try to prioritize letting folks have a say, but it's not a courtroom for sure, but I would be okay going a little bit out of order and letting them say their piece, but I would leave that discretion to you as chair and the other members of the board.
Okay.
That was not hopeful.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. I think just because of the sensitivity of the tell you what, I'm given to believe, Ms. Barlow, that the treasurer is on his way. So why don't we sit tight for just a little bit? We'll do a timeout. Thanks. we have a motion before us to deny. It's been seconded, and we've had a question that came up, indicated requests to allow PRISM to readdress the board, because it seemed that request seemed to come out of order. We've been playing with the idea. I think I'm kind of inclined not to allow it. We always feel it's important to let people testify, and I know we have Marguerite Herman here too, but we do have a motion before us, so. I think,
So we want to have public discussion on it, and can you reread the motion so I know exactly what the motion says?
yeah, why don't you reread the motion? I'm not sure we want to have public discussion, but,
Yeah, the motion was to deny the leases in matter G5. So an affirmative vote is to deny the leases.
okay. And seconded by superintendent. And then I put the question before, we have a split decision, and so it comes back to the wonderful job of the treasurer, or the, see, I'm trying to go back to my old role of the governor. And I think the governor is going to disallow the further testimony. So we're still have discussion from board members.
It's my turn to discuss.
You may, absolutely.
Well, have public discussion, I'll go ahead and listen to that first.
No, Mr. Treasurer, I don't think we're going to have.
Okay, all right. Okay. So this is one of those things where it's going to be hard to split the baby because it's not going to survive. You know, I guess I would find that there's a great deal of support for this, the use of the land as it is by the general public around Casper. And I suggested that the political aspect of it is probably from my perspective, the way that they should approach it and go to the legislature for a state park. I think that would, in the long run, that would be the best result for the citizens in Natrona County and the state. But I also have a situation where, because I am a fiduciary, and I know that the United States, by the act of the mission of this state, set aside certain lands for the support of education. And as a fiduciary, I have to support that. I also find, from my perspective, that essentially, I think that there was due diligence in this circumstances of moving forward. And I also believe, because we use minerals, everything that we did in our rules and regulations as a board, gravel is a mineral. So from those perspectives, you know, we don't have a ruling of law, but from my fiduciary duty and and what I can see, I'm going to vote no on this, from the standpoint I believe that that's what I have to do as a fiduciary and what I see as law in front of me. And I believe that the state of Wyoming is sovereign. But I also wholeheartedly believe that the citizens in Natrona County want and deserve the use of this land for recreational purposes. So in the next offering that we're going to have, as far as a temporary use permit, I think I'd support that, and I'd also probably support you looking at what you can do in the legislative aspect. But from my perspective, I'm bound by the loyalty that I have as a fiduciary, and representing the sovereign state of Wyoming. I think this is the vote that I have to cast at this time on this issue. So I'm a no.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, because we have had a little bit of a disjointed thing. I spoke earlier, but want to address what the treasurer said for the record, because I think it is important to do, that I don't believe PRISM is going to be able to attain the necessary authorizations. And I think that's very important when we consider the fiduciary aspects here. So I'm going to be voting aye on the motion, which is in opposition to renewal for the leases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further comments? Further discussion items? One more time. Any further comment? With that, all in favor of the motion, which is to deny the renewal of the lease, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? And I am a nay. I believe that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is item G10, an accommodation agreement in Laramie County.
Mr. Chairman, just really quick, just for the
Yep.
record, I think it is important. The ayes were Racinas, myself, Degenfelder, the noes were the governor and the treasurer.
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I thank everybody for being here. It's a difficult situation. Stay tuned. We are trying to figure out in the legislature how we can do something that will provide a mechanism by which we don't have to spend as much time on issues like this, that allow for communities to have the input they need early on, and that we don't burden businesses with challenges that come after the fact. So thank you. We're on to G2.
G10.
G10.
Yep, this is an accommodation or request for consideration of execution of an accommodation agreement. The applicant is TGE Wyoming 225. The background on this scenario is that TGE has requested an accommodation agreement that covenants that the state of Wyoming and its mineral lessees will not disturb the surface for the land for mineral exploration and production. The acres that the state own are only subsurface and they sit below what will be a future solar project. One thing that I will note in the director's recommendation, there is a mineral lessee at this time, Phoenix One Holdings, and they do have a mineral lease that expires on December 1st, 2025. Our understanding is that the applicant has been in conversations and is working to execute an accommodation with our mineral lessee. So our recommendation would be that if this is approved by the board, that it not be executed until after proof of execution of the accommodation agreement by our mineral lessee. There are project proponents available today, if the board has questions for them as well.
Okay, thanks. Questions from the board to the staff? If there are none, who might be here to, or is there someone online? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members. My name is Christian Dick with Enbridge, which will be the owner and operator of the proposed project. I sit here before you today, having fully negotiated the similar agreement with the leaseholder, Phoenix One Energy, as well as worked with both staff and the AG's office to work on the agreement that is before you. The only outstanding item for this agreement is that we have mobilized a survey crew to generate a meets and bounds exhibit, which would be coupled with the execution of the agreement, if you so approve. This does not inhibit in any way, shape, or form the leaseholder from realizing the mineral rights revenues, nor the state of Wyoming to realize the revenues from that leasehold. As well as brings, frankly, a new revenue source in the compensation that has been agreed upon between us and the process of the agreement. So with that, I will stand by and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. Are there questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be abundantly clear, the surface is not owned by the state, just the subsurface mineral estate. The surface is owned by the project proponent.
That's correct. We have a full site control under a long-term lease.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yeah, I do.
Mr. Secretary.
I'm a little bit confused on this now. So the way I understood this is the accommodation agreement was that there would be no surface mining, meaning and we would add that to the lease with you. And so is that what's happening here?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I think there is some confusion there. So TGE is just asking for the accommodation because they have a solar project that they're working on. So this is not to add anything. This is just to say for any future use, we will not allow surface access to those minerals, whether it be for this lessee, Phoenix One, who is our current mineral lessee, or future mineral lessees that may hold that lease.
Okay,
Does that
but
help?
it's no surface access.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay.
And I would just simply add just for the term of the agreement itself. So this is not in perpetuity.
Okay, further questions? Mr. Bick, I used to work for a company that held oil and gas leases in Texas, and there was a solar development that came on board, and the company I worked for was asked to swap their mineral leasehold, on which we had 3D seismic, et cetera, to go to some other state. And the assertion was made that you could just go anywhere if you're an oil and gas operator. I would argue that's the same sort of thing with solar. The question I have, if Phoenix One or a subsequent successing leaseholder wanted to figure out activities like exploration activities and so on, I understand that it might be difficult, but are you prepared to be able to try to figure out ways to accommodate that? I think this is an issue we're going to have to face in the state over time.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Ultimately, we do not intend to utilize the entire acreage, and in our coordination with them have talked about set aside areas that in the case that they were to frankly come to an agreement with the landowner itself. The landowner is not here. I have to be careful about speaking for them. But in reality, that's not their intent. The reality is the development pressure that's coming to this part of Cheyenne, which is just below the community college, is frankly going to be a higher and better use as the residential pattern moves in this area after the project is decommissioned and removed. So, the landowner is likely not to even consider that as well, just simply because it would remove development opportunity for them in the future.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So,
All right, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the control area is out over in that side of town, or is that in a
Sorry, can you maybe
that-
clarify
that-
what you mean by control area?
prohibition against water well drilling?
Okay, sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Oh, well, there's different areas this is in Laramie County, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah, Laramie County has different areas where you're prohibited from drilling high volume wells. I think you can drill wells either less than 25 or less than 50 gallons, but you can't drill anything over that.
But I mean, we're not planning to drill any wells for what it is that we're doing. There are existing wells on the site that would be utilized for whatever water needs that we need during construction.
All right. Thank you.
Or offsite opportunities that we found as well.
All right.
Very good. Further questions, comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation and just, I know it's written in there, but particularly call out that we would not sign the accommodation agreement until the accommodation agreement is executed with our current mineral lessee.
Okay. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Okay, we have one no.
Say one thing. I just want to know for the record, Mr. Chairman, I think it's really important because we're seeing a lot of this wind and solar being pushed, and they say, well, it's all the above and it's not in conflict. But I just view this as an example of the board just said, you know, they're not going to allow surface leasing on this parcel. That doesn't make sense to me, so.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
Thank you,
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
We couldn't allow
Superintendent, I'll
that.
get there. Yeah.
Staff, can you answer for me? We couldn't allow for surface leasing because we don't own the surface. We only own the minerals here. And so this is a private property right of them just being able to access their own surface, correct?
That's correct, Madam
Okay,
Superintendent.
thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is under tab I, miscellaneous matters. We have 2 water petitions for your consideration. The first is I-1, and this is considering a request for consent to a petition for change of beneficial use from irrigation to stock use. The state lessee Ryan Land and Livestock LLC filed a water rights petition that is in front of the Board of Control. As part of their process, they are requesting consent from the board for their change in type of use from irrigation to stock use.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Treasurer, is anyone here for that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are staff from the state engineer's office that can answer questions about the mechanics of the petition if
Okay.
one of the board members has
I didn't
questions.
know if the petitioner was here. Mr. Treasurer, if you
Yeah.
have questions.
Yeah,
please.
I do have a question. You know, why didn't you just simply add their other water use rather than essentially abandoning the irrigation use? Was that at the request of the petitioner or was that at the request of the state engineer's office?
Mr. Treasurer, I can speak to that. So
And could you identify yourself for the record, please?
yeah, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I'm Cody Trainer. I'm a petition tech with Board of Control at the State Engineer's Office. This is a petition I reviewed originally at the May 2025 Board of Control meeting. So this reservoir was initially permitted for both stock and irrigation use. However, I believe the way this came about was in 1977, it was incorporated into safety of dams. And the permit was reinstated in 2016. And at that time, you know, it still has never been adjudicated. So basically, this is just cleaning up the record. According to the landowner, the reservoir has not been used for irrigation.
So the state engineer is abandoning the landowner's rights.
It's simply changing the beneficial use of the reservoir. So nothing will be changing on the ground. It's just the beneficial use on the permit. So
Well,
it
yeah,
can be-
but if you hadn't, I guess, said that you're changing the beneficial use of it from irrigation to stock, and why was it stock taken off in the first place?
So it was permitted for stock.
Now you're adding it back on?
Basically changing all of the irrigation use to stock. So the entire capacity of the reservoir is for in-place stock use only. Basically the way it was broken down when it was originally permitted was 1.55 acre feet were permitted for stock use. The remaining 115.25 acre feet were for irrigation. So this petition is just simply updating it. So entire 116.8 acre feet is for stock use.
Mr. Treasurer, if I may, I don't want to get too complicated in this,
Yeah.
but if it hasn't been used for irrigation for a period of time, would it be subject to?
It would be subject to abandonment, and I guess the petitioner could have voluntarily abandoned it, but or you can actually have, I think, 2 uses on the same water supply. You could have 116 or whatever acres of irrigation and the same water could be used for stock.
Correct. But basically the reservoir has not been used for.
Absolutely. I agree with you. I agree with you. But the problem that I see, Mr. Chairman, is every time the state, you try to change your water right, if the state engineer can abandon it, he abandons the one that has been used. And what we're doing in our state then is putting ourselves in a situation, let's use the Colorado River, for example. that's gone on over there. And so when we get in front of the Colorado River Compact, we're not going to have a leg to stand on. We did it on the Platte River. We've done it up north. We're doing it here. And I just wanted to take this time to draw attention to a process that's been pervasive in the state engineer's office probably for 20 or 30 years, which puts us into, when we get into interstate use of water, puts us into a situation that is necessarily not the best place we could be at. And it's just to me, they always want a pound of flesh whenever you want to try to do something. And it might be with water right that you may not even known about, but if you have the opportunity to find out about it or whatever, or put it to use before your neighbor decides that they want that water right, then you should have that ability without having the state engineer's office continually going into these situations and forcing an abandonment and from time and time again, because it puts the state in a position that is not the best place to be.
And I appreciate that, but I'm under the impression that there's a petitioner, and that's not the state.
Correct.
That being said, Mr. Chairman, I would make the recommendation. Move the director's recommendation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Trainer.
Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is I2, also a water rights petition with a request for the board to consider the request for consent to petition for change appointed diversion and means of conveyance. The lessee Clark Cattle Company LLC filed a petition in front of the Board of Control to redescribe existing water rights to irrigate lands on their West Anderson pivot and has requested the consent of the board on this matter.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I didn't notice these things that we actually, we voluntarily abandoned our water right on that last one and on this one too, because we're named in the water right. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I think there are differing opinions on whether or not we're actually abandoning our water right by changing the type of use. But since they are on state parcels, then the board or the office is listed as co-holders of those rights because they're the owner of the land.
And Mr. Chairman, we came up into this on the Matthews deal. Remember that we had a partial ownership of that, and we thought we would have basically fishing rights or at least surface water rights on that. And now here we're abandoning those, I guess. Yeah.
Mr. Peters, I hate to do this to you, but it would appear to me, I mean, basically you're talking about change of date, right? But I'm not sure a change of, you want to, you're a water rights guy. I'm not sure it's simply changing the point of conveyance changes the priority.
Is it just doing the conveyance or are we changing the use?
I think we're changing the point of.
Okay, that's. All right.
Point of diversion, not conveyance, sorry.
Point of diversion and means of conveyance.
Yeah.
And means of conveyance. All right.
And having just done this, that we still have the fourth water right. On a ditch that we have.
Yeah, all right.
So.
Okay. No, well, we'll have to go out to dinner and I'll tell you some of the water stories.
I know you've been in a county that has a lot of them, so very good. Any further discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Yep, we need.
Oh, we did need a motion.
I
I'm
would
sorry.
move the director's recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Thank you. Sorry, I was out of order there. Now, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Now we're done properly. I knew I needed you here for a reason. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, that completes the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners.
very good. Well, now, yeah, why don't we do it before the MRG?
Just 5.
Okay, perfect. All right. We'll now reconvene.
Mr.
Loan
Chairman.
and Investment Board, and I have a request from the secretary that before we take up the MRG meeting, that we have 5-minute break. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we can convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. This meeting was properly noticed as a regular meeting for October 2nd, 2025. And first on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the August 7th, 2025 meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move approval of the August 7th, 2025 State Loan Investment Board meeting minutes.
The motion's been made and seconded. Madam Director, this may be just an issue with my book, but I'm seeing June 5th in my minutes.
True at the top. Mr. Chairman, I think it's referred later as August 7th, but the title is June 5th.
It
right?
is. I just
Thank you,
wanted to,
correct, Mr.
I wanted to
Chairman.
point that out. So that would be my correction. But
That will be corrected, Mr. Chairman.
it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda are the reports, which is tab B. There are 13 reports there, and staff is available to answer any questions on any of those reports that the board might have.
I do have a question just on the uptake on the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This program, this is the new report on there. This is B13. And what the report indicates is that this program is in existence. We have one credit union that has applied to participate as a financial institution to vet potential applicants. We have not yet received any applications from individuals for this program as of yet. As a reminder, individuals that want to utilize the program can seek up to a 3-year note for up to $750,000.
Thank you. And I'm interested in this because I think we talked about, would anyone take advantage of this? It's interesting, maybe demonstrated by how interested people, I don't think we've had any banks and only the one credit union. But I would note, simply because this program came about as a request from me in the last session, that we set aside some funds for farmers and ranchers affected by the extraordinary year we had a year ago, and it was not sort of to be post-dated back before that. But this year we've had a couple of fires, Red Canyon and others. I think they're still eligible for this program should they want to take advantage of it. Is that your understanding?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. There's a 2-year time limitation after the declaration of emergency. So any of the fires that were declared emergencies last summer still have another year of eligibility to apply and utilize the program.
And I believe I did declare the Red Canyon as an emergency as well.
That's correct.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, Director, curious on the one application under review, is there anything wrong with you laying out that application? Just discussing it, just curious.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I don't know that there's anything, so it's one credit union out of Lander that has applied, so that's the only financial institution that has sought. They have to get certification through our office to participate. Staff can talk about the parameters under which they are evaluating them, but that's the only institution that's.
And they
appropriate
essentially
for this.
would be servicing a loan.
Chairman, that's correct. Once we approve them as a financial institution, they will be underwriting any applications from loan applicants that would choose to utilize their financial institution to vet their application. That institution would make a recommendation to the director for that program.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding that that decision is made by the director. Is that correct? So not approved by the board per the statute?
That's correct, Madam Superintendent. Once we receive a recommendation from the financial institution, we have 5 days to decide, and that is by the director, but then should be reported to the board what the decision was made.
Thank you.
And Madam Director, the other one, I'm not sure that report is here, at least I can't find it, and I wasn't looking for it till fairly recently, but it seems to me that there is a loan program similar to that last one, Mr. Treasurer, that is, I think you and I both had some concerns about it, but it's, I think a $200 million authorization for towns to be able to put infrastructure in. Does that ring a bell? Yeah, it's PMTF money. Right. And the reason I bring it up is that there may be something later in this agenda that we may want to at least be able to refer to that program. And I don't know if we know what the balance is. And you don't have to report that now if we don't have it, but I just would be curious what that is and what the terms were. I think the terms were very generous.
Supposed to be whatever the term of the U.S. Treasury note is, but the legislature, that's a rule of thumb, you know?
Right, right.
And so that I've seen some ones that were like, you know, a percent or nothing.
I believe that was it. They were, I think terms were very generous.
Yeah.
So.
Chairman, the balance of that is reported in report 10. It's our public purpose investment report in there. And I believe you're speaking on the capital construction infrastructure loan.
That is correct.
And the balance of that currently available for funding is $120,597,257 that are in that account.
Thank you. Very good. All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if there are no other questions on reports, all of the board members being briefed prior to this meeting, we have a proposed consent agenda for consideration by the board that should have been on your table at the beginning of the meeting. That is items E1, F1 and 2, and H1.
E1, F1 and 2, H1, anybody want to pull any of that off? One more time. Anybody have any of the matters E1, F1, or F2, or H1? Pull them off the consent list. If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list of items E1, F1, H2, and H1.
It would be F2 and H1, I think, isn't it?
I thought that was what I said, but maybe not. E1, F1, F2, H1.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded. I'll give this one to the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye. Okay, I'd entertain a motion of nays. I'll entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation on the items on the consent list.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Those matters are dispensed with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is tab C, policy matters. First is tab C1, and that is a request for the board to consider final adoption of the proposed rule changes in chapters 11 and 16 for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. These rules went out for comment and did receive a comment from the Water Development Office noting that there was a duplicative sentence which was removed. There was also a comment from the City of Cheyenne, and our office did work with the city to talk about their concerns, but it did not result in any changes in the text of the rules. So they are the same as presented to the board originally.
Question, comments?
Move director's recommendation.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is item C2, and this is consideration of adoption of a second emergency rules for chapters 43 and 14. These are in relation to the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program that we were discussing in report B13. The request is for a second set of emergency rules so that the emergency rules don't lapse before the regular rules have a chance to complete their comment period and take effect. So there's no changes at this time, just a request to renew that, to proceed with renewing that status.
Questions, comments? If not, motion entertained.
Move director's recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is the mineral royalty grant matters. So if you want to proceed with that.
Yeah, we'll do a
Break.
5-minute We're back in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda is tab G, Mineral Royalty Grant Matters. We have 4 emergency mineral royalty grant applications before the board for consideration today. As a reminder, the total funding available at this time is $11,870,558. The first request for consideration is matter G1. And this is a request from Bighorn County. They are requesting $653,830 in emergency mineral royalty grant funding for replacement of a failed timber bridge over Red Gulch on lane 32.5. The Office of State Lands did an analysis and did not determine that this met the definition of emergency and did so in conjunction with input from other agencies such as YDOT. I do believe we have project proponents available to answer questions today and agencies that did analysis depending on the questions of the board.
Very good. Questions for staff first? If there are none, who is here from? Good to have you, sir. Thank you for making the trip down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to be here today and for the rest of the board. My name's Willie Bridges. I have a contract with Bighorn County to be their county engineer, and here to answer any questions you may have about our application. I know that currently the recommendation is not to fund, that it doesn't meet the qualifications of an emergency. Of course, the county disagrees with that, but understand where the definitions come from. Some of the things that may not have been clear in our application is just the inconvenience and economic concerns this brings to our county. It does require some of the local farmers, ranchers to have to haul their products an additional 5 to 7 miles to take care of their agricultural needs, and that becomes an economic burden for them. It also adds additional time for emergency services to respond to some of our members because of the distance that they have to travel to get around this bridge that has been closed because of the condition it is. I do know that YDOT has the responsibility for inspection of bridges and came to us in June and said this needs to be closed because of the imminent danger that we have for that timber bridge. The county took action to do that at that time. Trying to repair it is simply not economically feasible with an old timber bridge like this. And so the county has determined that a box culvert would be the best method of replacing this and least expensive for us. Lead time right now on box culverts are 10 to 12 months. So once we do have funding and can order it, it takes that long before it can even be delivered to the site. And so that puts everybody in this convenience for more than a year and before we can be able to get this open back up and be able to use that roadway. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks. Are there questions? Mr. Escher.
How did the local tax rebates or whatever program affect your county, and do you have any actual numbers on that?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, as a county engineer, I'm not extremely clear on what that dollar figure meant, but I do know that the commissioners, in trying to balance this year's budget, had to cut more than $1 million out of the budget to make that happen. And their concern coming up the next year would be that it's even more of a cut that they'll have to accommodate to be able to balance budget in our county.
Did they do that by using reserves, or did they do that by going to the voters for, or contemplating, do you have the whole 6 pennies in there? Or,
So the sales tax in Bighorn County is 5 cents.
you don't have you don't have the special projects one?
No, we do not have a special project tax. They balanced it. They did use some reserves to be able to help do that, but they had to cut $1 million basically out of all the agency budgets to make that happen.
Mr. Bridges, the program I talked about a little bit earlier, the loan program was actually the brainchild of Senator Peterson when he was in office. And I think the challenge, you're going to hear this, and I think you probably heard it before, with emergency, there are certain conditions around it, and it moved to the front of the line and so on. So there's value in doing that. But I think our chore is to figure out how to manage that in a way that we still preserve and we also give people a chance to do that. I understand you have 9 months to be able to get that culvert in where it can be placed. I guess the question I have is, would that loan program be of any use to you? I know one of the challenges with loans is that there are constitutional limitations on how much debt a county can take on without having the voters look at it. So I'm just curious if that would be a tool that could be used.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure whether it would be. It's certainly something we could look at. I don't know where the county stands currently with their debt as far as whether they'd be meeting an obligation there or not. It would be something that we'd have to look at a little closer.
Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bridges. Do we want to hear from YDOT if they're? Thanks. Having crawled under some of those bridges, it's amazing how many tons a 2x4 can hold. When you look at all those 2x4s that are under those bridges. Can you hit your button?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. I had no further input on this project. It was deemed by YDOT to not be an emergency based off of the fact that when the concerns were brought forth to the county opted to close the bridge instead of providing kind of the repairs that would have been necessary at that time. That was the meat of our determination, and without the additional information that was provided today by Mr. Bridges, we were not able to make a determination on if this met the emergency criteria for increased response time. There was no daily traffic counts that were provided to us. So in order to make that determination, some of that information was lacking, but based off of the information that was provided in the application, YDOT's stance is that this was a non-emergency application.
Thank you. And can you identify yourself for the?
My name is Cole Bosher and I'm with the local programs office. We are tasked with being the point of contact for Jennifer's group and interagency communication for these applications.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thanks. I'd entertain a motion.
Sure. What's the process for doing that PPI things? Does that have to be legislatively approved at that level, or can they just apply?
For the loan?
Yeah, for the loan.
Chairman, there's just an application process that they would have to go through and submit to our office, and then we would review the loan and their ability to repay that loan. And then if we recommend and deem that they could repay that loan, we would bring it in front of the board for approval.
Okay, so the nearest that could come up is next December? Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, and there would be some analysis, but Capital Construction Loan Program, eligible applicants, political subdivisions, cities, the towns, counties, and Wyoming irrigation and water conservation districts, airport boards. The applicant must own the project, and that's kind of particulars. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the director's recommendation and just note that that includes denying emergency MRG funding, but just really letting the proponents know this is obviously a valid project and forwarding that application to our February 5th meeting for regular MRG funding.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
I just, Mr. Chairman, want to make sure with the director, because, you know, there have been issues, not so much with the current iteration, but past iterations of the office. Can they just automatically forward it? Will this motion be viewed by the office as just an automatic forwarding, or will they need to notify you in some way? So just want to make sure, you know, deadlines in the past, if they were missed, even, you know, even a small email, then it was not in the packet. But that was past iterations of the office. So just want to ask the director if she thinks this motion will just immediately forward it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Yes, upon approval by the board of the director's recommendation, this will move this application into consideration with all regular applications for the February meeting.
Okay. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I do have one question. This project in particular comes with a match, but if a project doesn't have a match, I'm assuming if we were to forward it, they need to come up with a match, or they would have to perhaps submit additional materials. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Orr.
Chairman, Madam Auditor, that is correct. We will take this application. We will reach out as we're reviewing their application to make sure it meets all of the requirements of the things they have to submit. And one of the things we'll note is their ask and the request that, you know, are they meeting the 50% or less or 75%, depending on what the entity is, and ask them to revise that. But we would work with them to cure any of those things we needed changed before we brought it back.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Director.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next on the agenda is item G2, and that is your second emergency mineral royalty grant request for South Lincoln Hospital District. This is a request for $1,600,000 in emergency mineral royal grant funding to address long-term care facility request upgrades and to allow for integration with the critical access hospital. Upon staff analysis, we did not deem this an emergency. We did work in conjunction with the Department of Health and the Wyoming State Construction Department that are available today for questions as well, and would recommend deferring for consideration until February. But I understand there should be proponents here as well to answer any questions or visit about the project.
Very good. Thanks. Questions for the staff? If there are none, is there anyone here from South Lincoln? Ah, there you are. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for making the trip. I know it's a long one. And we just rewarded you by sitting for another.
Okay, understandable. Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Dave Ryer, CCO of South Lincoln Hospital District. I've been CEO at South Lincoln for 4 years now. Currently, just our hospital district consists of three kind of broad areas. First and foremost, of course, the critical access hospital. In healthcare terms, we call that a CAW. And so if I throw acronyms out there, I apologize, but that's a CAW. And most of our state is made up of critical access hospitals. We're also consistent of 24 long-term care beds, and it's a long-term care facility that we provide senior services for that. And then we also provide all the EMS services for South Lincoln County. So I think obviously you have our application, and just kind of a little bit of history on this. For the past several years, we've been working towards keeping our critical services, of course, local as best as we can. And our current top priority area we are working to keep our services is the ability to maintain our long-term care services. A clear pathway forward for us to maintain this service is through the ability to convert our long-term care beds to hospital-based beds. If we can get the CAW designation for the hospital beds from our state, our cost to provide this service will now shift further to federal government funding through reimbursement through the Medicare program and actually reduce Medicaid expenditures. The estimated impact of this change is an annual increase in net revenues resulting from an improved Medicare reimbursement rate, again, federal dollars, of around $900,000 per year. The cost-based reimbursement is certainly going to be critical to maintaining our long-term care services and making it viable as an organization to continue to provide that. And just quickly on the history, for the past 3 years, we've been working in good faith with the Wyoming Department of Health to pursue making this critical change. And based on prior personal experience in converting long-term care beds to hospital beds in Montana almost a decade ago, and knowing many other hospitals in many other states like Washington, Kansas, Colorado are working towards such facility waivers. Again, working with good faith in our department, our health department, we're in seeking a waiver option for our facility here. And then on September 6th this year, we received clear guidance from the Wyoming Department of Health that our appeal for a waiver request and our ability to convert these beds to CAW beds will have to be, the only way to do that moving forward at this point is to actually spend significant funds to upgrade these rooms to make them hospital-based rooms. And just with the current reality of our operational position and our lack of days cash on hand, it's been very challenging and almost inevitable to maintain our long-term care services for the foreseeable future. Certainly a critical need to provide that service in our area. And moving forward, funding does hinge, and us having this service truly does hinge on having the ability to upgrade these rooms. And so with that, I would entertain questions, of course, and answering anything I can on this.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if it is anyone from Department of Health here. I think what I'm hung up on is how other states have been able to process these waivers, but why we haven't been able to in Wyoming to avoid this potential cost.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Franz Fuchs, the Deputy Director of the Wyoming Department of Health. I had to send Laura Hudspeth, our Office of Healthcare Licensing and Survey Administrator, back to work. So I'm here to hopefully, as the B team, to try to answer that question, Madam Superintendent. My understanding from talking to Laura is that we did look into why there, these anecdotes of other states having procured these waivers, but after talking with the federal government, we really couldn't verify these were necessarily a real deal that the feds would allow. And generally speaking, the issue is when you're sort of merging these beds into a hospital-based setting, it's called swing beds. They can become hospital beds. They can also swing back into being long-term care beds. And you can get sort of cost-based reimbursement on that those long-term care services. And that's why it's financially advantageous to the hospital to do so. But the issue is those beds still have to be capable of being hospital beds. And so they have to meet that standard. And we have not been able to find a way to waive that requirement. We can certainly try to get back with you more detail, but I'm not prepared today to talk about that rationale. That wasn't a question we really anticipated today, and so I apologize for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, do all 15 have to be done at once to get the waiver, or can you do 3 and get a waiver on 3 beds, or?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, my understanding is that all the beds, whatever the construction plans are, and I'm sure it depends on their occupancy, they have to meet that standard. So whether it's, the electrical code for hospitals, the medical gas piping that's required for hospital standards, I'm sure the representative from South Lincoln can elaborate more on their plans, but each bed that is converted has to meet those hospital standards.
I guess what I'm getting at, can you do them one at a time and get paid the extra $60,000?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I believe that, yes, I mean, obviously the reimbursement would be lower, it'd be cost-based. I think it really depends on the occupancy of the facility, on how many they want to convert at a time, and how long they're willing to hold on to the other beds to keep those folks there. Again, I think it certainly could be done. It's just a matter of the, the feasibility and the census and how that all plays together.
Doable?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
not follow up for Department of Health. I don't know if anyone has questions there, but question regarding kind of cash on hand, how you guys are looking in terms of this being an emergency. I think that's what we're trying to weigh with these projects today as opposed to waiting till February. And so if you could just walk through of, I mean, are you guys able to hang on until February? What's that situation?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent. Yes, and so just quickly, of course, rural healthcare is in a very challenging position. In Wyoming, we have 8 critical access hospitals that are deemed either or likely to close or facing closure. I would say that South Lincoln Hospital District is one of those hospitals that have struggled operationally. And so for us to be able to hold on is very challenging with our days cash on hand, as I mentioned. We're facing, oftentimes we're facing 15 days, 20 days cash on hand, which is very difficult to maintain operationally. And with our long-term care facility, to answer the question as far as, could we do this in pieces? It's potential, but it's very challenging as well as we work to displace our residents to do this construction work. And then also the value of having the beds converted, that's really where we pick that up on the cost report every year. And so that's where the federal reimbursement comes in. And so to have parts of it is very difficult instead of doing all of it at once, because what we will do eventually is seek a delicensure of our nursing center. And so that usually comes all at once with those beds versus kind of piecemealed throughout that process.
And then, Mr. Chairman, just one more question for staff, actually. If we were to do some sort of funding to help them I'm worried about this 15 days cash on hand, that could mean that they close before our next meeting. But are they able, if we give any portion of funding, are they able to come back for more at subsequent meetings?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that'll be at the determination of the board. If that's part of your motion, then we can do that.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, this is a question for Mr. Fuchs. Certainly if the party wants to weigh in too. We talked a little bit about this in the briefing, but Mr. Fuchs, so President Trump, big beautiful bill, $50 billion rural hospital fund. This is huge. And of course, part of the shutdown controversy, part of the shutdown issue is the Democrats are trying to take this out of the appropriation, which is just outrageous. And so, obviously we're working to get these funds out there and standing strong, and the Congress is standing strong on that. But I mean, could this be applied? I mean, I know they're in the rulemaking process right now, but obviously we're in the shutdown too, but Trump administration, Republicans have stood strong that this is going to remain this hospital fund. So how can we get some of those funds, provide a path for them to use some of those funds to help with this issue?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Secretary, so the Rural Health Transformation Fund is an application-based fund right now. That application is due to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in November 5th. So we have approximately 3 weeks to work on the application and get to the governor's desk for review before we can submit it to the feds. They will make funding decisions on those applications at the end of the year, so December 31st. I will say a couple things. One, the shutdown, CMS has indicated that the folks working on this process will be deemed essential, so that the shutdown should not slow down their consideration of those applications. Secondly, the application is very broad. So right now we're sort of in the phase of gathering. We've done a series of public meetings around the state. We're looking at, EMS versus hospital versus labor and delivery versus healthcare workforce. There's a whole host of competing priorities in healthcare generally. And so it's not just for hospitals. Hospitals are a big piece of that. And so there may certainly be funding, depending on how this application shakes out, that could go to hospitals for conversions. New construction is not allowed, but conversions certainly are allowed under this funding. So that this project may certainly be eligible. We're just not at that phase whether, we've said how much of this application will go to hospitals. And then if it's approved by the feds, that becomes a process for next year as far as actually allocating the money to the providers around the state. Hope that answers your question.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is eligible for those funds, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, depending on the application, yes, it's possible. It's definitely, we haven't written that application yet. It's still in the stages of figuring out what the priorities are, but hospitals will likely be considered in there, and this certainly could fit in that.
And I would, just certainly not attempting to put cold water on anything, but I would note, and maybe Mr. Fuchs, you can talk about how many hospitals we have that are facing kind of difficult circumstances and then the duration of this funding.
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. The funding lasts for 5 years, has to be expended over a 5-year period. CMS is emphasizing sustainability in this, so we're looking at ways to try to build that into this, the rural health transformation funding. But it's a difficult ask when the feds are asking everything to be expended in 5 years, and then of course you still have to, that cliff, shows up at the end of that period.
And we are working on an endowment for that. Too, but there are multiple hospitals that are facing dire circumstances with not much cash on hand in the state. And it's an issue that we have to face, and that's not a cold water comment. It's just simply a fact.
It's reality.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I got another question here.
Sure.
So can you lay out the process again? So the big beautiful bill, the governor's going to make the request, the Department of Health. Who's going to make the request? You got some task force or something? Who's going to make the recommendation? Or is it an application from all the entities to the federal government and they come back to you guys for recommendations? What does it look like to get disbursement within the states? And each state gets an equal disbursement, or at least there's a portion of the 50 billion of which there was an equal disbursement. Senator Brasso laid that out in Pinedale last week.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's accurate. So half of the funding, 25 billion, is allocated equally among approved applications. So state has to have an approved application for it to receive that equitable distribution. The second half is based on sort of a merit-based, or there's various criteria that CMS has laid out in their funding opportunity as far as how they're going to allocate that. It will likely, we estimate somewhere between $500 and $700 million is kind of what we're anticipating based on that merit-based addition to the base $500 million that we could receive as a floor. The way states apply, so it is the governor and the governor's office who decides or delegates, who's writing the application, but ultimately we will submit that through the authority of the governor, that application. And then it goes to the CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. They will rank and stack and prioritize the applications, decide who's approved on December 31st. And at that point, the next year, that's when those funding allocations will be made. Unspent funds get kind of rolled over into the next fiscal year. And so there's a 5-year process where they kind of will shuffle around money based on states, achieving performance targets or spending money or not spending money. But basically it's, I hope that answered your question as far as how the process works.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the governor's application, is it just going to say, hey, Wyoming wants to receive this amount of funds and then the state disperses it? Or do we lay out the projects in our request and they disperse it? Or is it some variation of those two?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, it's a 60-page application. So it's not just, hey, we want the money. It's a little more detailed. We have to kind of lay out these conceptual projects. And they're not necessarily individual projects. They're broad initiatives. And the goal is really transforming healthcare. So they're supposed to be really big ideas. They're not supposed to be where it's going to sprinkle fairy dust around the state. It's really supposed to be here. This will make healthcare sustainable and help people improve their health in a very big idea. At that point, if the feds approve that idea, then we sort of work in partnership with CMS. So we'll have a federal project officer working with our department or whoever the governor delegates to manage this program to disperse the funds. And I will note that the legislature, of course, has a very important role in appropriating those funds and either concurring with that plan or not. So there's multiple things that have to happen before the funds actually get dispersed out to the state.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, ultimately, like they're not saying on this application, 1.5 million is going to go for this project, 2 million for that project. The governor is going to lay out this sort of framework, and these are the things we'll use it on. And then it's like a block grant in a way, or is he bound by what's in that application? And then from there, it's kind of a block grant. Are there caps on each thing within it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, yes, I think how exactly the funding is distributed, again, TBD, depending on what the initiative is. So if the initiative is like hospital sustainability, we want to, look at hospitals that maintain certain critical services and pay them a block grant or pay some kind of incentive. That the details there are really to be determined and worked out. Right now, we're at the stage of just kind of conceiving with a broad outline of what that looks like. Is it hospital sustainability? Is it EMS? Is that the priority? Is it workforce recruitment or retention? So there's a whole host of competing areas that we're looking to shake out as far as what the priority is.
Unfortunately, none of that's going to meet your timeline. So.
Correct.
So one other piece of information I'm just kind of curious about is you're a county hospital. Is there a possibility that the county could help? And I guess I'm coming back to the loan, and I think what you've said about cash position probably makes it pretty hard for the hospital to go it alone. But is the county able to come in behind? Probably you can't answer for the county, but I would be curious about that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So we're a district hospital, and we do work closely with our county. And so we have had, I think in a recent past, over several years ago, I think some assistance with the county that did help the hospital out. I think it's been over 10 years now. But that was just essentially to forward some of the mill levy dollars that we do receive to have that be early. I don't know if there's a vehicle for a loan or other things like that, but that's something we've exhausted. I know other avenues, certainly commercial lending and things like that. With today's, obviously with today's cash on hand challenges that these rural hospitals have, that isn't usually an option for most of our facilities to get capital.
And I did mention the grants management office, and maybe there's some opportunities there. Okay. More questions from the board? Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move that the board do a partial fund on this one, $400,000, and then also put notate in the notion that we would request the state office to, before dispersing the funds, that the applicant does indeed have the 1.6 million to conduct the entire project. So it's a partial fund, $400,000, and note for the office that the disbursement would be conditioned on the applicant showing that they could actually undertake the project, meaning have the 1.6 million. I know there's some question about, what the cost is, but I think they've said if there's an overrun, they'll cover that. So the 1.6 million. So just saying that, there needs to be some evidence that they do have the ability to undertake the project. So it's a partial fund.
Okay, thank you. That motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to get a little more information from the sponsor if we can, if they have any I guess, if any component thing that can be done by itself without disturbing your current population, like an HVAC, if that was $400,000, or electrical upgrade or something like that. So if we can get it moving, then we can do it without disturbing those folks.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. So that is the challenge, of course, with any of the remodels. We're going to have disruption, but we work diligently to minimize that as best we can and have space available to do that construction and less impact we can with we call them friends at our facility, but with our friends at our facility to not have that be a disruptive thing, but it will be disruptive.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So how I'm understanding the motion is contingent on you coming up with that other remaining amount. How feasible is that?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, it's as of the current day, it's really unattainable unless there is some other additional funding through perhaps the rural transformation dollars. We'd certainly be interested in applying for those, whatever that application process is going to look like, or what ultimately ended up being on the docket for approval. But yes, that would be the realistic thing for us as far as getting this project done, is finding other funding for that.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I want to note, I'm going to have another motion here in a moment on us helping them to try to apply for the federal funding. But I think this is a step, and I think that, you know, they continue to operate, and then I think they'll get this funding with the big beautiful bill. And so it's one thing, and then maybe the county commission has some pot there that they can contribute to this. And I'm open at the board. I mean, if we want to discuss the amount, but I think we can do a partial fund on this one. I think this one has some components and checking the boxes for taking action today. So that's why I made the motion. So it wasn't just moving it to February. So we would have this thing where we could move the ball forward. I mean, I think we need to talk about it today.
And the motion's for 400,000.
Yeah, I'm
So it's
just looking at, Mr. Chairman, I know that the Business Council have a 50-50 loan, but part of it's theirs at 4% and the other part of it is a bank loan. Yeah, getting enough money in there to where, you know, a financial institution would look at it, or, and we still have these ones that are going to be going on. You know, I wish we had an answer on the components, because if they could probably do HVAC without disturbing anybody. But other than that, I don't know what they could do. I'm a little concerned about the part that they have to have that money in hand, because that's going to, this for an inside construction job, the construction season is now and in the winter. And it might take you 90 days to go in front of a bank board or something like that, or come back in with these other things before they could actually start moving or trying to source things that might be short in the supply chain. So I don't know if the secretary would allow a little flexibility, if rather than in hand, maybe there's another defining term that we could use to give them some degree of comfort with it.
Mr. Chairman, I think as the second, I mean, I know your concerns, and I think let's just delete that part and trust the office to do the best they can in ensuring that this is indeed a project that has legs, and it's not just going to stop. What I'm trying to stop is we get it and they start and they're 20% in, you know, with the MOB, and then they say we've run out of money. I want us to get to the finish line. So I was trying to put that condition on it, but let's just drop that the second. You're the second, and so we can get your feedback on that and just make it a $400,000 partial fund.
Yeah, and I think just and say that, you know, they got a great grant writer. You saw her earlier today. She can. Is that Mary Cross? Is that right, Governor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Crosby.
she'll do a great job tracking down these different things. So I feel comfortable that they're gonna you know put this thing in the right place, and it's just one of those things that needs to happen when you got basically 2 nuclear plants in there. You better have a critical access hospital, so it's going to get done some way or the other.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the director, you know, we remove that portion of the motion. What are some of the things you do in the office to make sure that, hey, you know, if it's a partial fund, that it's, you know, that they're pretty close to attaining the funding, meaning if they start, we're not just in the middle of a project that isn't going to happen and they run out of the funding?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, to a large degree, we don't have any control over that, because if they are in fact drawing on things that are reimbursable expenses, we could, in theory, reimburse their first $400,000 or whatever amount for their project. As to, you know, since there's no match and no local contribution here, at this point, we don't know that they would be able to do that. And we don't necessarily have any authority to do anything other than what we award them to do.
Yeah, and that's the challenge, is I just don't want to end up in a thing where they go, where it just fails. And we gotta, you know, that's why I was trying to put that there.
So let me offer. I'm not happy to think about offering this. I'm worried. You're still going to be 1.2 short. I think with this $400,000 spent. So I think the likelihood of potential of running out of funding is a little bit higher. So I'm wondering, and when I say I don't like doing this, we do have a TEA meeting coming up. I don't really feel good about moving things out of order, but maybe if the board feels that's an important thing in a month's time, when is that? December? I'm sorry, November.
November 6th, I think.
November 6th. To be able to really go shake bushes and see if there's some partners. I'll be happy to, talk to Bechtel or TerraPower, any of those others, see if they can come in on some of that stuff. Gates Foundation, let me know. But if the board is so inclined, my recommendation would be, let's not mess around with partial funding, but let's see if we can move it to that TEA meeting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, the TEA fund is totally separate. So what I'm thinking, if we're gonna help on, we could use maybe part TEA, part.
I'm not recommending using the TEA funding. I'm not talking about.
Oh, you're gonna roll in, yeah, because that's for transportation. So you're gonna do it.
It's adding to that
Okay.
agenda is what I'm.
Gotcha. So you're gonna add to it. Okay.
And like I said, I don't feel comfortable about doing it, but I understand the dire nature of that. And I don't, sounds a little bit odd when you're talking about a hospital. I don't see it as emergent, but on the other hand, I see it as urgent. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Madam.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the problem-solving efforts here. And I want to support this project. I think we all know it's clear and needs to be done. I'm very proud of this board by holding a very high bar on the emergency line, because it's not fun, it's not popular, but it ends up paying dividends in the end, because then we get to see all similarly situated projects together. Not that they're all equal, they never are, but then at least we have a population. And again, I think we all want to support this project. I don't think moving it to the TEA meeting helps, because it's no more of an emergency than it is today. And so I love nothing more than a good partial fund, but I do agree that we're not setting them up for success. I mean, unless we're giving 90% of the ask, not. So I'm struggling with, unfortunately, I'm probably still most comfortable with the director's recommendation that we get a solid population of our need. We will have more money left over than we did at this time last year, which makes me maybe hopeful that we can get them further down the path in February, as opposed to, well, we've put the oxygen in the rooms, but nothing else. And then we had to close them anyway, because we couldn't figure out the other 1.2. So I'm struggling. I do like everybody's ideas, but I can't quite get there.
Anything, Madam Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, question for staff. Emergency MRG, can they come at any SLIB meeting?
Yes, Madam Superintendent, they can.
So, Mr. Chairman, my line of thinking here, based on the comments from the auditor, we of course have another SLIB meeting in December, yes. Recognizing that if we do get to a truly emergent need, because I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that it's an urgent need. It's maybe not emergent, but it still is very urgent. And then perhaps we can, evaluate then, but really with the idea that we try to shake those trees for the February meeting.
This is council.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a motion, and I'm just gonna keep it the way it is.
We had, motion's on the table.
And
So
I'm just gonna keep it the way it is. I think that they need a little more time, and if they got momentum, say, that they've got $400,000 from the board, they can go to rural development, they can go to other, there's so many different things interacting, the big beautiful bill, which is huge. And I think it'll give them a little bit of momentum rather than just saying, okay, we're going back to the December meeting and springing it on them. And I think it'll it'll promote, I think, some momentum around this. So I'm going to keep it the way it is. I'm going to keep the condition, the motion. That's what I think. I'm just going to keep it the way it is.
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, one more related but unrelated thing that I just forgot to point out is my other concern, and this was pointed out, I think, by a couple different parties in the review, is that the numbers are 18 months old. And I don't think, I'm not sure that even if the whole 1.6 went today, we know what inflation has been to construction projects in the last couple of years. And so I'm struggling too with making sure we have accurate numbers, and again, wanting to set them up for success. And not just, the bridge to nowhere.
Okay,
It's the match.
I think, if you're prepared, I'll call for the vote.
That's okay.
Is that right? All in favor of, the motion?
Aye.
Two ayes? And nays?
No.
And I'm a no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman.
That motion fails, by the way.
I'd like to move that the board draft a letter to the Department of Health and the governor encouraging this project to be part of their application for the Rural Development Fund and the Big Beautiful Bill, and also noting the importance of this fund and the great work of the Trump administration and the Republican Congress in placing this in the Big Beautiful Bill.
Very good. Motion's been made. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry that motion failed, but I'll certainly take your recommendation under advisement.
Is it a 25% match for the regular one or I don't recall.
It really depends on how they're applying, what type of entity they are. And I was just messaging our AG, Kate Gamble, to see what they would qualify. And it is a little difficult for her to determine that because the application we have in front of us is an ask of 100%.
Right.
Which we can't fund 100% at a regular MRG meeting.
Yeah.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to support this project and I do want to see it in February. So if it's the right time, I would move the director's recommendation just to make sure that this project is back before us in February. And then at that time, I hope we would have a little more color on the rural health transformation funds.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add 800,000 on it, but I don't think it'll happen.
Help to get it to the next meeting and help them.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, I'm going to be voting no, because I just think rejecting, the director's rec is to reject. And so I think that it's just, I think we could have helped today. And I think just saying we're going to move it to February when they said they're about to run out of cash at the end of the year, I just don't think it's productive. And I think we needed to, this one I think did check a lot of the boxes. I think we could have done some good work today. And so I'm going to be voting no.
How about, Mr. Chairman?
The director's right.
And I'll ask the maker, can we just say that to the next meeting of the Slib board? And then that does the transportation, it opens that up for the next one, the next meeting that the applicant can prepare for to offer us options or whatever. See if they've moved the ball down the road.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let
Oh,
me just
sorry.
ask the maker of the motion if that's.
Mr. Chairman, my goal of the motion is to not have to have them go through the application process all over again, which is why I think it's still important to make the director's recommendation, because if we don't, or if we were to vote down this motion, then they have no application and they would have to completely reapply and go through all the bells and whistles whereas with this, of course, they will have to check in and hopefully update some numbers so we have better cost figures, but that was my intention.
I take that as a no.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
That's okay.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too struggle with this motion because I would like to see it in potentially December, if at any Slib meeting, MRG emergency requests can come, where we can have a better idea. I also would like to hear more from Department of Health on the waiver process and from other states. And so, and whether that's, I'm okay with TEA if we combine it there or the December meeting. But that's, I think, a better sweet spot for me than waiting until February.
All right, thank you, Madam
Okay,
Superintendent.
go ahead and call a question on the amendment.
Well, I'm going to let the auditor.
No, I have a feeling I might be 1-4, so that's okay. We can go
Yeah.
ahead and vote.
So you're okay to vote, or you're
No,
okay?
wait,
to
no.
amend?
It just
How
moves the
about
process along.
I'll withdraw my motion and somebody else can make a better one.
All right,
And
all right.
Mr.
That's
Chairman.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There should not be any need for, if we take no action, they can still bring the request in December?
I think so.
And rolled over just in the same way I would have went in February. So all that, I guess. So it moves forward.
it'd still be
addressing
pending
auditor's
before the board.
So this
Yeah.
is just to defer consideration
Yeah.
until the November meeting. Or December,
So,
which
yeah,
you, say November or December, which
Well,
you.
that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah. I defer consideration till the November meeting. And
All right.
hopefully we'll have more input, and you guys have beaten the bushes and we've beaten the bushes.
so we'll take that on consensus. What I would hope is that you hear the support, but also maybe some more detail. And my offer still stands to help with trying to figure out if there's any other bushes we can shake. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, upon advice of our council, I think tabling the motion is also an option.
Yeah, I think that probably is more akin to what we've done.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I would just make a motion if you're ready for that.
yep.
Mr. Chairman, I would just move to table the matter until
Is there a second?
subsequent meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nays? That we are tabled. All right.
Now we get down.
Of course you. Yeah, you'll love the trip. It's really beautiful that time of year. Yeah, you'll have a good tailwind. Thanks very much for your patience.
Should call Tara.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, is this tabled until the meeting of the Slib board in November or until December, which was the preference of the board?
I think whenever we take it off the table, so I think that means functionally we could presumably do it in November.
Okay, we'll
But
just
we
have it on
also
the
could
agenda.
do it in December.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest that based on the proponent and whenever you are ready to bring that to us.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next on your agenda is G3. This is your next emergency mineral royalty grant request from the Sheridan Area Water Supply. They are asking for $300,000 to fund and construct a 4,000-foot 8-inch water line, fire hydrants, and appurtenances within and along Gulch Road to provide domestic water service and fire protection for 8 existing residents. After analysis, the office did not determine that this was met the criteria of an emergency, and the office did work with DEQ and the Water Development Office that should be able to answer any questions should you have any for them.
Okay. Good to see you, Commissioner. Yeah, please, come on up. Thanks for being so patient today.
Yes. All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thanks for your time this afternoon. I just wanted to give some background to this application. It's the second time we've had this project in front of you. And I've got a letter from one of the landowners. I just wanted to read parts of it. And then some water sample information. And I don't know if you can.
And Commissioner Haswell, can you identify yourself for the record?
Excuse me. My name is Christy Haswell. I'm a county commissioner in Sheridan County, and I currently serve as chairwoman for the Sheridan Area Water Supply Board. So as you know from the application, the landowners out on Gulch Road have horrible well water. They actually aren't even supposed to be using it for livestock. So they're hauling water for drinking and then treating the well water multiple times. Their manganese is at 90 milligrams a liter. And the limit is 0.05 milligrams per liter. And this is per the Wyoming DEQ Be Well informed guide. Their sodium's at 548 milligrams per liter. And the limit is 20. And in terms of health concerns, again, from the DEQ site, consuming water containing more than 0.3 milligrams per liter may be harmful to children. Studies suggested elevated levels may affect the brain development and behavior and a decreased ability to learn and remember. So, you know, some serious health concerns with the quality of the water. And then this actually is the water. I don't know if you can see the yellow coloration on it. This is treated, filtered water. All right, today I write to tell you about what it's like to live with really bad well water. It's not just stinky, it's not just yellow, it's just bad. We moved here from an area with a municipal water supply 28 years ago to a house that used well water. I had no idea what I was getting into or just how spoiled I had been. I learned to keep my blonde hair short so the rusty parts could be cut off regularly. I learned never to purchase white clothing or linens because it's impossible to keep them white. I tried chlorine bleach in the laundry, which made the problem even worse. My nicer clothing cannot be laundered at home, so I must take it to town to be washed. I learned that dishes must be spotless before going into the dishwasher or they would be worse than when they came out. I always thought that rinse agent products were a scam until I encountered well water. I learned that houseplants were hard to keep alive because of all the calcium. I learned that collecting what rainwater fell from the sky was the best way to water my garden. Otherwise, the soil would eventually develop a white crust on the surface. Our water is undrinkable, so we filter, and filter. In order to get potable water, our well water goes through a whole house filter, a softener, a 3-stage reverse osmosis filter, an under-counter filter, and then a filter pitcher. That's 7 filters before you can cook with it, let our pets drink it, or use it to rinse off dishes so they don't spot. And still, we have to bring water from our daughter's house in town for actual drinking. You can't have a glass of water at our house. Well water is free, as some may think, but that's not. There's the cost of all those filters. Then there's the electricity to operate the well, and a 3/4 horsepower 220-volt pump uses a fair bit of electricity. Then there are maintenance costs. Every so often you need to replace that big pump, which must be done by a professional, and a new pump will run $3,000 to $4,000 installed. There are other components which fail: pressure switch, pressure tanks, control box, the list goes on. And none of these things are replaced on a schedule. Each time something fails, it's an emergency. How can a family of 5, how can you manage a family of 5 with no water? You can't. At one point in time when the entire well failed, we had to haul water for several months until a new well could be dug. That particular bill was well over 10 grand. Our neighbor has been advised not to let his livestock drink his well water. It's that bad. And I have that letter from the vet saying, get your horse off the water. Bad water destroys appliances. We replace the dishwasher 4 or 5 times. I will no longer purchase a nice one with good features, knowing it will meet an early death. We've replaced the water heater at least 4 times, and we're on our 4th washing machine. It's easy to lose count. And the faucets, every faucet in the house has been replaced at least twice, as the calcium in the water eats them alive and has them dripping endlessly. Despite meeting all these challenges, we still have stinky, nasty water that eats clothing and destroys appliances and fixtures. Our toilets often have an oily sheen on the surface and a black buildup in the bowl from water that goes through a coal seam on its way up to the house. Anytime water sits for an hour or more, you get a blackish film that must be scrubbed off. And the water isn't consistent from season to season. Sometimes the water stinks more, has more residue, or more rust than other times of the year. Good, safe water is literally within sight for us with the addition of the Northeast transmission line that the city's putting in now. And we dream of the day when we can enjoy it and the improved quality of life it brings. And she also mentions they'll pay their water bill with a smile on their face. So that's just some additional information I wanted to provide to the board and would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner, curious if your plans included kind of some of that northeast part of Sheridan as that system's built out.
It is, in the future, we see development happening out there. These folks were just too far from
Right.
existing lines previously to even kind of make it financially doable. And this was the window.
Nelgy's subdivision out there, what is their water? Are they on well water or?
I'm not sure,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman. Yeah.
okay. Thanks. Members of the board,
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
apologies, Commissioner, one question. How many homes are we talking about that are on this well water?
Currently, 8.
Mr. Treasurer.
Are there any more taps that might be served in the future off this line?
There would be, yes. It could be extended. And as I had mentioned to the chairman, we do see development happening out in that direction, especially with the Northeast line. If you build it, they will come. So.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Further comments, questions? If not, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I guess they're asking to be moved up in time, but not 100% payment, which is, I don't know if this would be a precedent that the auditor would shudder about, but I think a 50% match is probably more match than what you might get on a regular mineral royalty grant. So I don't know, it seems a reasonable compromise to me. So I'd move the $300,000, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there's a motion. It's been seconded by Mr. Gray. Commissioner, the one thing that I get concerned about, just because when I first got to be treasurer, it was a habit, unfortunately, to come to emergency grants because you could move right up to the priority line and pass everybody. And I really don't think, I'm not talking about this project per se, but I really don't think we should be rewarding that behavior, because a lot of times what that engendered was people just letting stuff fail because then it was an emergency. And as resources become tighter and tighter, and I know Sheridan's dealing with that too, that really makes it for a free-for-all. And that's my concern here. So please convey that to your fellow commissioners and others too.
Okay.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
Unfortunately, I don't think this is a horrible situation. I feel for the folks living there. But nothing has happened or nothing has changed to make this an emergency. And again, we rely on the expertise of water development and DEQ, both of which have said this is not an emergency. And I do want to fund this project, and I would be supportive in February when I again see the whole population. So I do have concerns again that we're turning urgent situations or rough situations that we definitely want to help fix, but don't meet the definition of emergency.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Let me ask the director on this. My recollection is this was applied for in the past and it was not, somebody moved it, I think, and it was not seconded or something. But something happened last time, but it was part of the other discussion.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, yes, it has been before the board before in a regular MRG funding cycle, recommended not to be funded and was not funded at that time.
Okay. So it was part of the previous cycle.
Sorry. Were you done, Mr. Secretary?
Yes.
Yep. No, it's-
My question is, I appreciate that context. Was it not funded because it was not the top priority at the time? I mean, I hate to look at Beth, but Beth is nodding because we almost always give. So that would also go back to my.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that there was some disappointment on the board's behalf for a representative from Sheridan not being at the meeting.
That does sometimes engender disappointment from me.
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think to the concerns that both you and the auditor have, I would say I would not necessarily look really favorable on anything coming from Sheridan because you did skip the line on the next regular scheduled meeting. So I think, you know, moving this forward in a not the regular order, it should have some consequences to address the concerns that both the auditor and the governor have and myself, frankly.
I'm happy to be back down in February.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well,
all right.
I guess I can withdraw that then.
You're withdrawing the motion?
Yeah, she wants to come back down in February. No, we can have a vote. I'll vote aye for it because I think that that's something that we'd all vote for in February. And if they're not going to bring anything else up, then we don't have to worry about, you know, line jumping so much.
Okay. Further comments?
Mr. Chairman, I would just say I would prefer that we discuss it in February, so I'll be a no.
Okay. All right.
All right. We'll go to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
I have that, the three of us voted no.
There just isn't any compromise on emergency.
Yeah. Is someone going to move the director's rec?
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec so that they don't have to resubmit in February.
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The final mineral royalty grant request for your consideration today is from the city of Sundance. The city is asking for $1,023,099 in emergency mineral royalty grant funding for the replacement of a failing culvert located on 3rd Street. The office did an analysis and determined it was not an emergency. We worked in conjunction with YDOT on this analysis as well. And I think there should be a project proponent to answer questions.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm not sure if I'm Paul Brooks. I'm the mayor of Sundance, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I don't know where to go with this. We've been to the DOT 3 times trying to get them to help us with this culvert. What's happening is during the winter, the water runs under the culvert because it's a live creek. That's hence the reason the price is high. As the winter gets colder, the water under there freezes and it buckles the bottom of the culvert, which is pulling the sides in, which is causing the road to sag. This is I came here as an emergency because we've been with the DOT. We actually went through kind of an arduous task with them. I'm sorry about my voice. I had a plate put in my neck and they passed it through my vocal cords and it paralyzed one side. But I got my hands, my eyes and stuff. I'm not whining to you. I'm just telling you, I don't talk like I used to.
You sound a little bit like John Wayne.
Yeah, not so much. I actually am kind of getting to where I like my new me. But anyway, we went through the arduous task of changing the label from with the state from bridge to culvert because it had been a bridge at one time. We got it labeled as a bridge, hoping we could get some money in the infrastructure bill. There was just overwhelming demand. It's not that we were ever really rejected. It's that there were more and better projects out there. I truthfully don't know where to go for money if I fail here, because there's no way a town, and certainly in our county, our county went backwards. We lost the 6th cent. We absolutely were inundated by some folks up there that are legislators and stuff. And in fact, we lost the 6th cent in our county. Cities don't have a lot of money by nature. You know, we get some direct distribution. We don't get a lot out of the property tax, but that quarter, 25%, that cut into our discretionary stuff. Without the 6th cent, we're never going to have the money to match $1,000 again. That's the harsh reality of this. The reason I'm trying to shove this through is it is the last of the 6 cents savings, and it's never going to be cheaper than today, and we're never going to have the match going forward. So that I come to you and tell you, I've listened to these stories and my heart goes out to all of them. And I truthfully wonder if I'm as deserving as them. But on the other hand, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't know what to do. So I would stand for questions and we can move forward here.
Thank you, Mayor Brooks. Questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
I just would wonder if folks from YDOT could opine a little bit on why this wasn't deemed an emergency.
Chairman, members of the board, Cole Bostron, YDOT again. The reason this project was not deemed an emergency was based off of the rules that were provided to us to evaluate this project. We kind of have gone back and forth with exactly what is required during one of our reviews to establish something as an emergency. With this project specifically, the mayor has talked about applying for funds through YDOT for this project. The funds that they were applying for at that time were transportation alternatives funds that are set up mostly for American with Disabilities upgrades and pathways, things of that nature for safe routes to school. So that's why this application kind of missed the mark on those funds. It was deemed during this review that the project is not available for funding through YDOT. So there are no funds at this time available that could kind of solve this issue. So I do agree with that statement that he's made. With that being said, this has been a concern for multiple years. It was stated in his application that he had applied for transportation alternatives funding for this project 3 times. That application was not submitted in FY26. However, it was previously submitted in FY25 and denied. Our concern with this, and based off of the rules that this project was evaluated on by the Department of Transportation, if it wasn't an emergency yesterday, can it be an emergency today? That was kind of the question. And with a project of this nature, when there's water running through it, it might not be an emergency today, but it could definitely be one tomorrow. So with that being said, I think we've had discussions. We're going to kind of clean up the way that we make these determinations internally to this board. I think there are some improvements that need to be made there, but based off of the clear guidance that we had on this project, we could not deem it an emergency.
And then let me ask you a question on that. We heard earlier today how long it takes to get a culvert. Are you experiencing that too?
We're experiencing delays all over.
Okay,
So,
thanks. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome.
Um,
Anything else?
Any other questions, comments? this is clearly one of those things that appears to me that you're never gonna quite meet the criteria.
And I'll tell you, I would go any direction. I would go any direction necessary if someone would guide me, but you know, we've stood there and looked at this. Maybe we didn't apply, but we've looked on this on several occasions. We've had engineers there and they every time look at it and say, this thing's going to get worse, not better. And it's getting worse every year because there's more room for water underneath than there was last year. Every time it freezes, it gets marked worse.
Does the school bus go over that by any chance?
No, but you know, with Sundance, it's kind of a funny thing. And that's why we were in that. With Sundance, because the south side has that creek, you can cross on 3rd Street, you can cross on 5th Street, or you cross 585 or Highway 1416. We only have 4 creek crossings. And our walking path, we can put kids on one end of that town on the walking path, which goes right by this culvert. And they can get to the school, they can get to the baseball diamonds, they can get to the fairgrounds. They can get to the fishing pond, and they can do that by crossing actually just 2 streets, 5th and 3rd, and 3rd is the one that's in trouble. So that walking path that they use to get to these various things, the pool and so forth, you know, is right there. And that's why we went that route. We thought that was the most plausible. We've gone a lot of routes if I could just figure out one. So if you do vote me down, and I understand I don't meet what you guys consider emergency, and I understand doing your due diligence. But if anybody has a plan that does, there's one other thing I want to dispel pretty quickly. I went to a city council meeting in 1987, and I went for a variance, and they told me I could have my variance if I went on the city council. I have been on the city council or served in the capacity of mayor since 1987. I was out for 4 years. I was on boat rehab for 4 years. Little towns can't use rural development. We do not have the horsepower that it takes to meet all their requirements. Everybody will come back and say, well, KC did it. Well, guess what? Their clerk was a former comptroller from Casper. That's a special situation. So when people come to me and they say, oh, go to rural development, we don't have the horsepower or the money up front to even talk to them. So that one, you know, let's refrain from that one on this instance. If you guys have another way, let me know.
Well, there's a couple of them, Mr. Chairman, that we had today, like the public purpose investments, there's that. And that's basically the highest it would be is a loan for whatever the treasury rate is. And a lot of times the legislators almost give you the money. Then
if my revenue goes away, if the Freedom Caucus succeeds in their big plan to get rid of direct distribution, I'm sorry, I won't have any money to repay a loan. Yeah. And as a public servant for many years, I'm not taking a loan. I'm not going to be the first mayor in the state of Wyoming's history that defaults on a loan. I apologize if I'm being too blunt.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary.
You know what? It's okay.
Thanks.
Mr.
Right.
Chairman,
Yes.
question for staff. And again, I find myself in a similar situation. I like the project. I do, for what it's worth, you have come to the right pot of money. Maybe just a regular MRG meeting would be more appropriate. But my question is, can we ascertain what their required match would be? I wouldn't think it'd be more than the 25% they are already able to pony up, but.
Actually, could I ask him a question?
Well, let's let him finish, or the auditor finish first, and then I'll let you.
Chairman, currently their application is at 75%. I would ask the AG if it would be at that 75% or if they would qualify under the 50% cap on that.
Sorry, that they would have to provide 75% or that they could get 75%?
That they could get.
Oh,
75%.
okay.
Either 50 or 75%.
Okay, because they have met the 75%. That's all. Unless Kate
And Kate, do you want to?
Chairman, members of the board, thank you. Again, it's relatively similar to the last application that we looked at, where it's difficult to determine simply because this was an emergency application and there, the amount of funding that they're requesting, that comes with different requirements of what we need to look at on our end of things when we're going through these applications. So I without, saying anything too definitively of what they would probably qualify for if this were to come back at a later meeting, I would say they would very likely probably qualify for at least 50%.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to respond to the mayor's quip on the proposal from the conservative majority in the House. And I don't think I think you need to do a little more digging on what's going on there with the direct distribution, because it's all they want to do is guarantee it out of the sales tax. So not trying to be, but I don't think that last statement was accurate with what's actually happened in the legislature. So
I stand corrected.
One suggestion, you have a legislators in the room who, after being rejected multiple times, was able to write an appropriation for a building in that community directly into the appropriations bill, or at least a fund for that building. And so, I think that's a lot of pull. And so I think that, certainly he's shown that, writing things into that appropriations bill is a possibility. So that is one way to go. And certainly, so.
He and I have had that dialogue.
Yes.
I'm aware of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you'd be 50 to 75%, I think, right? Okay.
There's no way we can come up with 50. The 25% we have in is the absolute last of our 6 cents.
Okay. All right. All right. Very good. Members of the board.
Correct.
Second.
All right. It's been moved. It's been seconded for the director's recommendation. Just so I'm clear, that gets moved to the February 5th board meeting. All right. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just one more question. Our match is calculated out of rules, right? And I apologize, I should know this. Our match is calculated based on our rules.
Yes, that's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And just to be clear, if I'm thinking correctly, the rules have something about a population under 1,300 that allows them to be 75. And I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just asking.
Chairman, there are also thresholds of mill levies, and that's what Kate and I were just looking at as well, that they have to address as well. So really want to make sure we evaluate that and not misinform you of what percentage. But also, as we go forward in emergency rules, we'll be sure to evaluate that when we bring those as well, in case that question comes up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. We have to vote, but I didn't know if anybody had any other questions. If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? I am a no on that. So okay, on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next on the agenda takes you to tab J, which is Board of Deposits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll try to be brief. I think everybody has seen this same thing from time to time. We're adding 2 more financial institutions, the Blue Federal Credit Union and the Y-High Federal Credit Union. And essentially that's to be designated as a depository of state funds. And that allows them to deposit state funds and also to be eligible for the TDOA program. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, if there's no other conversation on this, I would recommend the board approve the two listed credit unions to receive public funds on deposit effective October 2nd, 2025.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
If there, and nays? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, now we have J2. And essentially what this does is put the two recently approved credit unions on the list of for being eligible for state deposits for the purpose of receiving state funds beginning October 2nd. So, Mr. Chairman, the motion for that is that I recommend the board accept the treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit. The list is attached there, Mr. Chairman, and I didn't count them up this time.
Is there a second?
But there's three pages now instead of just two.
It's been seconded. This is to include them on the list of the banks that can take deposits. J2.
Yep.
Motion's been made, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? There is none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, now we get into the point that RVK has long waited for.
Betsy, Becky, it's so good to have you here.
Okay, so anyway, this is board matter K1. This is the hiring an investment manager Banner Ridge for secondary fund 6. And we should have, let's see, Byron. Come on down, and Bill, come on down.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Byron did make his manager presentation yesterday. So if there aren't any questions to the manager, we could jump into RVK, as well as we have an IFC member that has their recommendations ready. If that's a pleasure of the board.
Yeah, pleasure of the board. Yep, bring him.
Joe Ledgerwood. I'm an investment consultant with RVK. I'll be brief since you've gotten an overview from Byron yesterday, but a reinvestment in this Banner Ridge Fund furthers the goals of the private equity portfolio for the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office. It brings us closer to meeting the $480 million annual commitment budget that we've laid out in our pacing plan. And it meets a portfolio diversification targets that we've talked about as well. On a standalone basis, the prior 3 funds in which this manager has operated have been top quartile performers. They are one of, if not one of the biggest players in the secondaries private equity market, giving them a competitive advantage, which we feel will be able to carry over to this particular fund series. Also given the very stable investment team. One concern that we've had that we think is worth noting is the fund growth. The size of the funds has gone up, which sometimes makes it more difficult to make either more investments or investments that are larger than past funds. But in our quantitative analysis, we found that those concerns are mitigated based on the performance of those larger deals. So with that, I'll turn it over to the IFC.
Ms. Kerr, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. The IFC voted unanimously to approve the Banner Ridge Secondary Fund 6. It's a manager, obviously, as RVK has described, that the State Treasurer's Office is quite familiar with as a result of the investment in Fund 5. I think the IFC was impressed by Banner Ridge due to their being the buyer of choice for discounted secondary transactions, which is in many ways what brings the performance to this fund. And the other thing I think that we thought was attractive was the fact that because these are secondary transactions and many of them in the credit spectrum, that it brings about a shorter time frame for the realization of the investments versus an organic private equity transaction. So I think RBK has done a really nice job of summarizing Banner Ridge and the fund. And again, the ISC was quite supportive.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Questions?
Thank you, Kathy.
And it would be improper for me to ask you, Kathy, because I think it's probably more for Byron. Are we on target for our pacing?
We are a bit below that. One of the reasons why we recently approved Apogem. They're going to be responsible for small mid-cap buyout, and that will help get the program a little faster on the pacing schedule.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, if there are none, I would entertain a motion.
This is Banner, right?
This is Banner.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Banner Ridge.
I recommend that the board select the fund Banner Ridge Secondary Fund 6 as a state private equity investment manager conditioned upon the approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? That motion passes. Nice job. Thanks. Mr. Pilch.
Mr. Chairman, I assume we were moving on to K2.
K2 on the material terms.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, went through the material terms yesterday. However, there was some discussion as to whether it was appropriate or necessary to include a material term specific to requiring manager adherence to state law. And so very briefly, what I would suggest is, and again, we alluded to this a little bit yesterday, but maybe a little bit more specifically, now, the IPS in and of itself requires in section 4.8 that managers comply with the provisions of the IPS. Section 3.5 specifically references Wyoming statute 94722. And within that statute, it does specifically require adherence to the laws of Wyoming and federal laws of the United States. And so certainly, as we talked about, there is this incorporation of that already through the IPS. But what I would also suggest is, based on the existence of Wyoming statute 94722, that's a statutory requirement anyway, that managers comply with Wyoming law. So it does present a, I guess, interesting situation whether the board feels it's necessary to include a material term, which effectively would be approving a requirement that's already in statute. So I would suggest that it's not necessary, but of course, we would leave that up to the pleasure of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, on page 11, it actually in the jurisdiction of the governing law, the last sentence says the general partner agrees that all provisions requiring interpretation or enforcement of a law, regulation, or public policy of the state of Wyoming will be governed by Wyoming law. So it's reinforced for a third time in the process.
And I would generally agree with that.
Okay. Thanks. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by, I guess.
We need a motion.
Yeah.
The state treasurer recommends that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the fund Banner Ridge Secondary Fund 6.
Been moved, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, moving on to hiring a International Equity Investment Manager, MFS. Functioning schizophrenic, right? That's what an investment officer is. And Seth Consalver, our investment officer, is here to explain the fund, or manager rather.
Does red mean, okay. Good afternoon, members of the Slib. Today I'm proposing for your consideration an allocation to MFS International Growth as a new equity strategy. MFS is one of the world's oldest and most established investment managers with more than 600 billion in assets under management across a variety of equity and fixed income products. The international growth strategy we are recommending has been live since 2001 and currently manages about 36 billion in assets. MFS International Growth is a fundamental bottom-up GARP strategy, which means growth at a reasonable price. So portfolio companies must demonstrate sustainable above-average growth potential, durable competitive advantages, and strong balance sheets, all at reasonable valuations. While the portfolio trades at a modest premium to its benchmark, this is more than offset by superior balance sheet quality and steadier cash flow growth. Positions are underwritten for full market cycles, which results in consistently low turnover of about 20%. The portfolio is also more diversified than most of its fundamental peers, averaging around 80 holdings. The portfolio managers, there's two of them, are supported by MFS's large and experienced analyst bench, which includes 38 sector specialists dedicated exclusively to international equities, and more than 80 analysts more broadly across the firm, which they also have at their disposal. A unique hallmark of MFS is its research portfolio program, in which every analyst at the firm also serves as a co-PM over actual client capital. This program fosters accountability, sharpens investment judgment, and creates a deep bench of future-ready PM talent. It also elevates the analyst role as an attractive long-term career path, contributing to the firm's exceptional talent retention. As with any fundamental manager, there is some personnel risk in the strategy, though we deem this as limited given the co-PM structure at the firm and the strength of the analyst bench. In the worst-case scenario, in that a liquidation is needed, liquidity is also not a concern, with the average market cap above that of the index and the ability to exit positions within a few days if necessary. The more meaningful risk, as we see it, is style exposure. As a GARP mandate, the portfolio carries modest growth and quality exposure. Our regression analysis shows that these exposures have been well managed by the team, and notably, the team has delivered excess returns even against severe stylistic headwinds, underscoring their strength in security selection. In addition, when considered in the context of the broader equity portfolio, MFS's style tilts are mostly offset by other managers in our lineup, leaving the overall program well balanced. In short, we view MFS as a complementary addition to our equity lineup, supported by an exceptional analyst bench whose organizational structure fosters superior company underwriting. We believe they are well positioned to navigate headwinds and continue delivering consistent results across market cycles. Got any questions? Happy to help answer.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Kathy, would you want to express the IFC's views?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you. I would mention that the IFC also unanimously approved this fund. It's actually a type of investing I personally am very familiar with. It's a very high quality firm, a very high quality fund. The approach is, again, a high quality long-term approach. It's what you really need to make money in this sector of the market. Very strong track record in this area on their part. It's hard to differentiate yourself in just fundamental, traditional, international investing, and they've done so. The other thing I think that was really noteworthy, so again, MFS, really high quality fund. But the other thing I would just mention is that there was a lot of really good work done on the part of the state treasurer's office with regard to how this fund fits into the rest of the international portfolio and the diversification it brings to the rest of the portfolio and being a different style type. And I would point you to that work in the report. I thought it was really high quality work. But again, we unanimously approved it, and we're very supportive of MFS.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
No.
Mr. Secretary, sorry, but Mr. Treasurer and maybe Kathy or maybe Seth. I agree. Great pick. I'm a bit intrigued on page 11 of their performance, historical relative performance. They they hit it out of the park on a 10-year rolling 5 and rolling 3 get a little bit weaker. Rolling 1, if I'm reading this chart, is pretty much on target. That area of the market has been incredibly complicated to deal with. And I'm curious about your sort of outlook, because I'm sort of thinking international is going to be even more complicated now.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, appreciate that question, that observation. It actually feeds heavily into a lot of decisions we're making, one of those being the funding source of the investment. Essentially all fundamental managers, with a few exceptions, deep value managers have done well this year. Ever since Liberation Day, it's been a bit more chaotic as managers try to change their approach and adapt. MFS, the fact that they're essentially benchmark neutral so far this year, they haven't underperformed nearly as much as other peers, really strikes us as a good characteristic. One of the anticipated funding sources of this strategy would be one that's more deeply underperformed, despite similar stylistic exposures. So the hope is, if there is a bounce back, which I believe there will be, and those stylistic exposures, they tend to revert to mean. We won't be missing out on that, but we'll be doing so in a vehicle that has better convexity, and can handle, stylistic headwinds if they continue to persist. Yeah.
Great. Thanks.
I would just also make the comment that multiples in the US are quite high, and there's a lot more divergence in valuation multiples in the international markets, and you're starting off in aggregate at a much lower valuation multiple outside the US. So one would think there's a lot more running room and a lot more room with regard to picking stocks themselves.
Yeah. Very good. Thanks. It's been interesting I've been hearing for over a decade about that foreign boat coming in filled with goodies. So.
It's certainly been difficult, Mr. Chair. It's been a different year. Our quant funds have kept up well, but yeah, the fundamental managers, it's been a real struggle, unless again, you've been in deep value. But long-term, that's a losing proposition in most years to be in that deep value space. So it's not something we want to chase. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, great.
I think that's all I've got, but Becky, sir, do you want to say a word, Becky? Don't want to put you on the spot. Yeah, really. Yeah.
I think this is a great manager recommendation, and there we go. I think it's a great manager recommendation and a great fit, and also hats off to the work that you did, Seth, and looking at portfolio fit. The other thing, in terms of this boat coming in, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that has been interesting this year is watching the weakness of the US dollar, which has been additive to these returns. So obviously, we've been in a period of dollar strength for such a long time that certainly is a tailwind for non-US investments. So the only other thing I was going to offer to the meeting is if you wanted me to tell you is where we're doing year to date, fiscal year to date in your new fiscal year for performance, but we can do that after you take the vote.
Okay,
Oh, okay. Okay.
thanks.
Okay.
Um,
Well, let's get to the motion, Mr. Chairman.
yep, thank you.
Back here. Mr. Chairman, recommend that the Investment Funds Committee, the State Treasurer recommends, okay, as recommended by the Investment Funds Committee, the State Treasurer recommends that the board select MFS as a state international equity investment manager conditioned upon successful contract negotiations.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
I'm a no.
That's a no on the secretary. Thank you. Very good.
Okay, Becky, you're up.
How about 2 minutes or less? Does that work?
Yeah.
However you roll.
Okay. Well, as you know, you had a very strong fiscal year ending in June 30. Tremendous returns, very helpful to finance the spending that the state would like to do in every single fund. As we look at how we're starting this year, even with all the turmoil of the government shutdown and the tariff legality questions that are out there, and other uncertainty, the global conflicts that are happening right now, so far, the fiscal year through August, you're up about 1.8%, 1.5 to 1.8% across the funds. So please don't multiply that by 6 and say that's your fiscal year result. But it's been interesting to see how much markets have shrugged off uncertainty so far. And some of the things that seem to be driving it is euphoria about AI is certainly something that continues to be optimistic in the markets, as well as the prospect of interest rates going down and the Fed taking action. And that has been a big boon recently in the most recent quarter to small cap. So you'll see those numbers when we report on September of how large an impact that had to your small cap investments. It's been a large cap market for a while because small caps are more impacted by higher interest rates, but we did see that start to turn around in your first fiscal quarter. So those are my 2 minutes of comments.
Okay, I just want to quit watching Bloomberg because it seems like they're always so down on whatever America is doing anymore.
Yeah.
You know, but so you just have to kind of shrug them off and say, we're just moving ahead.
Investors have an amazing ability to look past trouble if they're convinced that there's something else out there that's positive.
Yeah.
And we're certainly seeing that.
Very good.
Good to
Thank
be
you.
here.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for sitting through a whole meeting. It must have been wonderful, like old home week, you know?
It was like a hold on wait. No, it was great to be here. We appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you. Kathy, thank you for being there. Madam Director, is there anything come before us?
No, Mr. Chairman, that concludes your agenda.
Are you sure? Did you look anywhere?
Yes.
All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.